Hmm. Audio check. Audio check. Sounds fine on my end. Sounds fine on my end. Alright then. Hello everyone and welcome to Chernobylite with Necro and Cortex here, playing for your amusement. Now, not at the moment, but by the time or while we're playing this, it will become the 26th of April 2026, which marks the 40-year memorial of the Chernobyl disaster, nuclear disaster. And 3 years ago, I decided that to honor, or should we say to memorialize or to do my part in remembering it, I decided to play Chernobylite. And I decided that 3 years ago because I stumbled upon this game, was shown it by a friend, and decided I fell in love with it. So I played it, never completed it, but played it a lot. I played it for like 16 hours, and then I came to a mistake that I regretted and I didn't want to start over, and then I just forgot to basically start over at any point. And I didn't play the game as it was intended to play. I was so opposed to the way that it was intended to play that I actually had no idea how the hell combat actually worked. And that was after playing it for like 40 plus hours. Because I hadn't killed anything by then. I had knocked everything unconscious until that point. So I had no idea how to actually fire my gun or aim or anything like that. What are we going to do though? How am I going to do this? I am going to do the tour around the different zones and show around, because this game was made in 2021, released in 2021. And by then, it was based on, I presume, scans of the area, of Pripyat, of Chernobyl, of what's it called? That woodpecker radar that's somewhere in the distance over there as well. So, what is this? Welcome to the tour around the zones. This mode grants you freedom to explore the exclusion zone without any mission or adversaries. Chernobyl disaster stands as an event in human history, implanting profound impact on the environment and global awareness. Throughout your journey, you'll cross paths with scientists who will impart thick stories to the zone, delve into readings, notes, and uncover additional facts and anecdotes about the remarkable place. Yes, this is exactly what I want to do. Look at this fucking loading screen. Well, I mean, I guess it's not that... Okay, this is still awesome. Yes. What I basically want to do is I want to show you all the iconic places that I can fit. Ooh. Oh, towards the button. Window to choose an area of Chernobyl you'd like to explore. Oh yeah, because this is the default mission area. This is like the hub area, the safe house area, where you would like make your rooms, you would live, you would talk to your companions, you would get missions, you would build sheltering, you would get food plants, you would play music, you would produce power, you would do literally everything that was required. And I remember that you actually came from this door to get here. Then it was locked forever and you cannot go back that way. Yeah, I actually remember this. I remember I had individual boxes for people to live in and so forth. They were identical and people actually didn't use them like in Fallout, but they were still there. And then I had like the generators way over here so they wouldn't make so much noise. And I had walls put in so they wouldn't make noise. But then upstairs I had all the production things. Actually, I think I had it over there and then the generators over there. No matter, because it's not important. No missions here because it's a tour. And then we have our private room, which is seemingly locked. Well, that's a shame. But yeah, that's your private room where you would like check out your own items and your pick-upables and so forth. Look at it all. Oh, we actually are wearing a gas mask, because if you notice, look around, you see all the things. I actually only thought we were wearing a rebreather. Let me just do like that. Yes. Actually, let me just have a look here, because I think the field of view is too narrow. Yeah, it is. Let's make it 100 like a human. There we go. Because a humans approximately see 110 degrees. Could actually be more. Could actually be a lot more now I think of it. But like what we see thoroughly is like the 110. Nice. Yeah. Huh. Moscow Eye. Alright, so there are 7 locations. 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 locations starting with the Moscow Eye. Which I'm pretty sure is where like the Woodpecker radar is. Yeah, there it is. Iconic antenna, also an air defense system, military hospital and various technical structures. The Duga radar complex, that's what it was called. Alright. Are you sure you want to start the tour? Yes. Don't ask me why we can just walk through freaking portals to the locations we want to go as opposed to, I don't know, walk there, but hey. It's part of the game. Part of the experience. Feel free to explore the area at your leisure. Radar screen on the upper part of the map. Notice marks indicating locations of both scientists and notes. Seek them out to uncover more about the history of Chernobyl disaster. Take your time, immerse yourself in the zone's atmosphere and uncover the secrets. Best of luck, Stalker. Question. Does that also mean that we actually have the thing to deal with, that Boris is still coming to say freaking hi to me? Oh, yeah, that's the light gun. Alright, let's just keep this out. Not that I think we can die, but I wouldn't remember. The first thing we note here is there's a lot of stuff around. Ooh. Let's see, how bad is this building? Pretty bad. Yeah. Yeah, let's not. Let's not. Let's not go there. Let's not. No, 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 no. The signs were real. There it is, the Duma radar. Huh. Look at that fucking thing. Hang on. Let me just... Hell yeah. Yes. Wait a minute. Alright, so I can't go that way. That's like the challenge of this game. Certain areas you simply can't walk through because it's radioactive and you should go somewhere else to get to the same places. And you just have to constantly keep this thing out. The dosimeter. And actually I did that. Because remember, I played this game the wrong way. I didn't kill anyone. Ever in the game. I knocked a lot of people out. Didn't kill anyone. So I honestly never ran around with anything but this thing, and well, I did have a pistol with me, but I really just used it as binoculars. I never used them. I also had a Kalashnikov with me, but I never used it, and everything I had, I turned into a freaking sniper rifle somehow. I have never seen a Nagant pistol turn into a sniper rifle before, until I played this game and turned it into a sniper rifle somehow. I don't know how. Well, I guess it's called a bogey rifle, actually. It's not called a sniper rifle, it's called a bogey rifle when it's a revolver you turn into it. So, 20 meters this way. Wow. I wonder if the night and day cycle is here as well. Probably on top of this plateau. Oh. Eliminate nucleides from the body. Protect against radiation exposure. Despite being debunked in the manual for doctors, the myth still persists today. How the hell? I mean, to be fair, people didn't know. Common people only knows about atoms and radioactivity because of Chernobyl, so it makes sense that people in the era who had no idea about how the hell atoms worked would not know that, hey, vodka doesn't protect you. Wine, on the other hand, does something. At least some people claim it does. Something good. That's a reference to the Widowmaker, which is an incorrect title, because that's not what they called the boat themselves. Individuals risked their lives to prevent a catastrophic explosion at Chernobyl. Flooded basement, value for coolant beneath the radioactor, but with a flood of radiated water, the valves were inaccessible. The molten nuclear material so headed towards the pool, which would have triggered 3 to 5 megaton explosion of fallout. Also, the mechanical engineer Alexei Anakov, senior engineer Valery Bespalov, and shift supervisor Boris Baranov entered the basement wearing wetsuits and carried flashlights. They manually opened the valves and drained the water, preventing the great disaster. See, that's the thing. I played a game that represents these three guys, and I played it years ago. And I remember that one. I remember it being fucking terrifying. Right. So that one we already have. Is there some way to, like, morgue it? I don't know. Is there some way to take it with me? Nope. Okay. Ooh. Oh! Well, hello!
Before you stands the monument to those who saved the world. This intricate sculpture commemorates the many heroic firefighters who died from radiation exposure in the aftermath of the explosion of reactor number 4 of Chernobyl nuclear power plant. The monument's grand reveal took place on the April 16, 1996, marking the 10th anniversary of the catastrophe.
I mean, that is true, but also that's 10 years too early. Well, 10 days too early.
Some researchers claim the firemen received 5,600 years worth of the maximum safe dose of radiation within 48 seconds. Dozens of them died over the following weeks.
Yeah.
The authorities downplayed the risks to avoid creating a panic. The fire brigade had no radiation suits, no oxygen masks, no proper equipment. At Matino Cemetery in Moscow, since their bodies were highly radioactive, the authorities had them buried in zinc coffins.
I actually thought it was just lead coffins.
Gamma radiation is produced from the decay of radioactive isotopes of plutonium and uranium, elements used as fuel in a nuclear reactor. Gamma radiation is produced from the decay of
EGAT. I actually didn't even notice he was oh, he's following me around. I wonder if this is the original, or if he was original here, or if this was an add-on that came later in the game. Because you have to remember, the game has gone through a lot of stuff recently, and they have made a second game even. Not to be a weirdo or anything, but why would they put the monument here in a dead city? This place is so goddamn photogenic. Photogenic? Is it called photogenic or is it called something else? Let me just try again now that we don't have that thing. There we go. It's a bit too bad we couldn't ask him to like move over there to take a picture or something. Alright. So that's one thing done. 90 meters this way, there's something of value. Let me just... I have never experienced death in this game, by the way, because I always remember I didn't fight in this game. I avoided any sort of confrontation at any given task or any given opportunity. Several found with their own regulation practices at VZN Kruk, a pig farm, set up one can pork stew. Looters. Interesting. Okay, so it changes from a question mark to an actual thing whenever I pick up something. Oh, a scientist.
Welcome to the exclusion zone.
Here are some basic facts about the Chernobyl disaster.
The accident occurred on April 26, 1986 at the number 4 reactor in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant,
Yes.
then located in the Ukrainian SSR, and now in Ukraine's Kiev Oblast. It was the worst nuclear disaster in history and one of only 2 nuclear energy accidents rated at 7, the maximum severity on the International Nuclear Event Scale.
How far that one went to
The
8?
explosion and fire released large amounts of radioactive particles into the atmosphere, which spread over much of western USSR and Europe. The accident caused a significant number of deaths and illnesses, as well as long-lasting environmental damage. The city of Pripyat and nearby villages were evacuated and never reoccupied. The Chernobyl exclusion zone, covering an area of 2,600 square kilometers in Ukraine and Belarus, was established to limit further exposure and health risks to the public. The other nuclear accident rated at 7 on the International Nuclear Event Scale is the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster in Japan. That disaster occurred on March 11, 2011, and was caused by a 9.0 magnitude earthquake and subsequent tsunami striking Fukushima Prefecture. This resulted in multiple meltdowns and hydrogen air explosions at the power plant, releasing large amounts of radioactive materials into the environment.
Yeah, I actually know about that one. And I know about that one because I was reading about it in a newspaper in the waiting room while I was taking my driver license when I was waiting for my theoretical exam for my driver license. I was like, huh, so something blew up in freaking Japan. I honestly didn't know that one reached a 7 on the scale. Not at all, because, well, it's Japan. They usually know what they're doing, and they probably did, else we would know more about it, or it would be more common. Obviously, it was handled a lot better because, well, Japan.
The Chernobyl disaster did not directly lead to the dissolution of the Soviet Union, which took place several years later in 1991.
No.
However, it was one of several factors contributing to a general decline in the popularity and legitimacy of the ruling Communist Party. The government's handling of the disaster, including the initial cover-up and evacuation of over 100,000 people, revealed shortcomings in the Soviet system, particularly with regards to transparency and accountability. The disaster also had a significant economic impact, as extensive swaths of agricultural and industrial land were contaminated. The costs associated with cleanup and compensation for victims added further strain to an already struggling economy.
Yeah.
Therefore, the disaster was seen by many as symbolic of the broader problems facing the Soviet Union. It vastly contributed to the growing sense of disillusionment with the government and the Communist Party.
Yeah. This is true.
Effects of the Chernobyl disaster include widespread contamination of land and increased rates of cancer and other health problems. There is also a long-lasting environmental impact, contamination of soil, water, and vegetation, and economic decline in contaminated areas. Not to mention the mental health impact on those directly affected, such as evacuees and emergency responders. The disaster continues to have far-reaching and long-lasting effects, and its impact is still being felt today.
I'm actually amazed. I'm actually amazed that these guys actually talk English, because I told the game to speak Russian, or well, Slavic, in general. So I don't know why this guy is talking English, or speaking English. But that only confirms my theory that maybe he is not an original thing, and this is something that came later. Now, I see some more question marks. There's actually a bunch of them. Wow. The nearest one is right over here. Let me just check. Yeah, the nearest one is over here. If we can just round them up, that would be great. That would be terrific. Probably on the other side of this bench. Oh, another scientist.
Did you know that those affected by the Chernobyl disaster received a dose of radiation similar to survivors of the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima in 1945? The average dose of radiation received was 45 rem. Not enough to cause radiation sickness, but enough to increase the risk of cancer.
Yes. Just like this said, it means the core is open. It means that the amount of radiation leaking out is the same as the bombs thrown on Chernobyl. Twice every hour. Hour after hour. 20 hours has gone by, so 40 bombs by now, 48 more tomorrow, and the day after that, it won't stop. Not in a day, not in a month, not in a week. Never.
Around 30,000 people were directly affected by the explosion of reactor number 4. According to the International Atomic Energy Agency, the cumulative radiation dosage generated by the Chernobyl disaster amounted to 10 million rem.
Rem being the unit of measure that was the common one used before sieverts became the norm. But again, there's like 7 units of defining a dosage or radioactive dosage. But yeah, Rem is radiation equivalent man, in man, absorbed.
100 to 200 rem will cause mild radiation sickness, resulting in symptoms such as nausea, diarrhea, and fatigue. 300 to 400 rem means a 50% chance of death within the next 2 months if left untreated. Exposure exceeding 400 rem means almost certain death within months, weeks, or in cases of extremely high doses, days.
Yeah, basically. This is the whole thing with Rem measures in 100, sieverts measures in singular. 5 sieverts is equivalent to 500 rams.
32 people are confirmed to have died as a direct result of the disaster. The exact number of people who suffered long-term consequences is still an open question in scientific circles.
I like how my character is like following the scientist as he leans from side to side. Also, this ground we're standing. Oh, we're standing in a freaking cemetery. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, people. I did not mean to do that. I did not recognize that this was a cemetery. Why is this guy standing here, by the way? Why is he not standing like over here? He's literally standing in the contaminated soil. Right. Alright, so there's 170 and everything else seems to be at 170 and the like. Right. We already had that one. Oh! Well, that doesn't look good. Oh, yeah, I shouldn't touch that water. Don't touch the water. Don't touch the water, basically. I saw a gas mask icon. I don't remember what that means except for don't touch that. Alright, so there's something in like the rooms here. Right, I remember this part of the game. You can get stuck on tiny things. Well, I obviously need to get inside that building, but maybe I can like walk through over here. I obviously need to get into that building or onto that building, but it won't let me. Right. Oh, here we go. Chernobyl disaster left behind numerous radioactive that were too contaminated to be dismantled or repurposed. Now occupied vehicles such as that name. Where over 1,100 tractors, helicopters, and buses were abandoned in recent years have been made to clean up these sites. Much of the equipment being dismantled and decontaminated before being sent to recycling. Officially closed in 2012, another famous site. The only vehicle graveyard still exists today. Has a wide range of vehicles and helicopters, as well as famous robots used to clean roof until succumbing to radiation. I actually wonder, when Russia decided to retake Ukraine for its own, and it at least tried to take Chernobyl, I honestly don't know if they're still there. Did they perhaps go to some of these places and decontaminate some of the vehicles and scrap them for parts? Because some of these vehicles are obviously still in service. Well, not these ones specifically, but models and makers are still in service. Obviously, as that's what we're seeing. We're still seeing Ural trucks everywhere. We still see gas. We still see UAZs. We still see all these classic known vehicles driving around over there. Terras, so forth. I mean, I hope they didn't, of course, but did they? Is that something they did? I can see that's something someone would do. I mean, to be fair, when they first got there, the soldiers supposedly did not know that, hey, this is Chernobyl, this is what it looks like now. Apparently. Also, they didn't know that, hey, we're actually at war with these guys. We're not just here to help them take down some kind of uprising. Hello.
This metal monstrosity has many names. Duga radar, Russian woodpecker, Moscow Eye. It's an over-the-horizon radar. Once part of the Soviet Union's early warning missile defense network, it was designed to detect an incoming nuclear strike from the west.
Nice.
The facility was operational from July 1976 to December 1989. The Duga complex was closed in the aftermath of the Chernobyl disaster due to the threat of radiation. Later on, much of the technology was stripped and moved to Moscow. The less important components were looted. The name referred to the radar's distinct sound on shortwave radios, which sounded like tapping. Shortwave radio hobbyists dubbed it woodpecker. Duga interfered with civilian radio frequencies even abroad. At one point, an amateur Russian woodpecker hunting club was formed in Texas to jam the signal.
I'm actually going to, in some of these cases, answer or give my own opinions about these questions before asking him. Did the Duga radar have all the users? I do not know. I do not think so. But obviously, what could a radar do aside from giving you a picture over the horizon of what's going on? But it could probably read all kinds of things as well.
Even today, wild theories surround Duga radar, including speculation that it was used for weather control, psyops, and brainwashing. The official documents about Duga have never been released, leaving the field wide open for conspiracy theories and urban legends, none of which are backed by evidence.
Well, see, that's the thing. I thought that, like, maybe it could be used for advanced meteorology, for instance. Studying the weather patterns, locate maybe icebergs, something like that. Registering things that should not be in the air. But I presume not. How big is the Duma installation? Fucking huge is the answer.
The antenna alone is 700 meters long and 150 meters tall. The Duga complex had its own air defense system, military hospital, and technical buildings.
Yeah.
To confuse the enemy during the Cold War, the complex was marked as a children's camp on official maps. A bus stop was also built nearby to confuse foreign spies.
That is actually impressive. But again, yeah, fucking huge. Look at this. Which is obviously why we went here, because this is an unforgettable landmark. Let me actually just see. Do I need to send this to anyone? Right. I honestly... Okay, there are more areas around. Or highlights around. Do I even have a flashlight in this game? The problem is some of these are like upstairs and such, but I guess we have time to explore. The problem is I don't know if I have a flashlight. Where's this? Nope. Hang on, let me see. Do I have a flashlight? I do. V for flashlight. There we go. We're looking for like a door that could, or something that could lead me upstairs. Ooh, or just right here. That was fucking terrifying. Right. Debated how best to calculate radiation. Different parameters can be affected by levels of risk. After Chernobyl, so scientists were forced to estimate radiation doses from, since the KGB prevented from measuring it directly. To develop techniques like Chromium changes in bone marrow cells, exposure and counting radiation deposits on teeth, into models which can prevent many years. Nice. Right, there is seemingly nothing else to this building. I take that back, there might be something upstairs, because there's a staircase here, and I even remember the staircase. I remember this area, that's the problem about this game. I remember, but at the same time not. Some of these doors can be opened, some of them cannot. There's like a bridge that leads between these two buildings, isn't there? I am constantly seeing things that aren't there, and I don't like that. Oh. Yeah, it must be across the street. I think this one leads... This one has the bridge across, doesn't it? Because one of these areas has like a bridge that leads across. I remember that. Not this one, though. Right, back down to the ground floor and see if we can find like a different way then. See, there is definitely a path over. I mean, okay, open window, I guess I'll just take that. Ah, here you are. Looted keyboard. Covering square mass. Wait. Square mass material produced electronic components for the military before Chernobyl disaster. Post-disaster, it was prioritized for decontamination work and production. Robots for sarcophagus and other NPPs. Heat and hot water supply. Late 90s. Abandoned and dilapidated on-site is slowly being destroyed by wind, rain, and scrap metal collectors. You really shouldn't take things out of the Pripyat and zone. Just saying. So in other words, computer components are all over the place. Is that what they're saying? Oh yeah, transformer. Right, so there's something over here that I missed out on. Apparently because I didn't notice the whole question marks turns into an icon. Oh, overall. I like the Urals. Oh look, no thunderstorm. Right, Oh, staircase, here it is. This game truly is a semi-horror game, at least in the real one. Because before you know it, you have like monsters everywhere. Alpha particle. Oh, those are the robots! Oh, that's one of the robots. Yeah. High energy can penetrate skin to harm cells. Alpha and beta particles are unstable particles, and although they cannot penetrate skin, they can cause damage if ingested. Alpha particles are particularly hazardous, 20 times more harmful than gamma rays and beta particles. To estimate doses in the body by the powers scientists multiply the potential of alpha by 20. Countries. Rems, rats, and rats. Seavers and greys are used elsewhere. Okay! So, of course, the United States and Soviet Union would use rams and rats. Well, for the Soviet Union that makes sense because rams and rats are an old unit or older unit. Ram equivalent man. And, well, United States is just weird in all regards. If they can get away with being weird, they are getting away with being weird. Alright then. I think there's only one question mark left in this area before we have seen everything that should be seen in this area. Which is also fair, because we used like half an hour on being here. Nope, there are more question marks. God damn it. Alright. Should be right over here. There it is. Huh. The SZD car. A plant from the 1970s was designed for people with disabilities. I know these! Well, to an extent, they would give all kind of... technically there is pew pew, but we are on a tour. We're actually not playing the real game here. So... yes, basically. In Vladica, it was intended as an off-road vehicle due to implementation. Design was simplified. Stats carrying to provide these cars for max 5 years, and they require special A category drives with a license. Yes, I actually knew of these cars. They had all kinds of designations for cars, depending on what the disability was. Actually, very forward. Not that I know what we had in the West comparison, but hey, in a time where people actually didn't get cars on their own, yeah, you have people who actually have cars, even though they suffer some or have some kind of disability. That's kind of impressive. It's all very forward, but also a bit ironic. We have seen all of those, so over here. Well, in here somewhere. Is there a door into this building? Yes, there is indeed a second game either in the making or it has already come out. I don't know which. Let's see. It's out there. Alright, can we jump out of the window? Yes! Yes, we can. Thank you, Satan. Oh. Conducted by Ukrainian armed forces in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. This area had been captured. Forces in initial stages. Oh, so this is, yeah, again, another post 21 thing they added into the game. Dark trends and radioactive hotspots. High doses of radiation. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we say high doses of radiation. Supposedly, them digging changed us from nanosieverts to millisieverts. which isn't a lot, but again, if you spend a lot of time in the occupied zone, that will start to affect you. Also, you're not supposed to go into these areas, you're supposed to stay away from nuclear power plants and such, because they are a hazard for everyone involved. Nice, but good to see they added that to the game. This way. Alright, shouldn't touch that. Don't touch that. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Don't touch that. Do do do. Right, so it's in this building. But I feel like this building is like the edge of the map or something. Right. Oh! I found a door! In addition to the cleanup effort. Responsible, protecting abandoned property in Pripyat and all villages in the exclusive zone. This proved to be an impossible task for us looters. Quickly overran the zone, taking whatever they could find. Yeah, that's... Bicycle, car parts, washing machines, and even carpets ended being sold in various markets throughout the... Yeah, this doesn't surprise anyone. Really doesn't. I am going to presume we have seen everything there was to see about the Duma... Oh. Duma area. We kind of missed out on a bit, I will admit. Now, because I've never tried dying in this game, let's try dying in this game. Okay, it really is a slow death. Cheers. I'll buff out, don't worry. Yeah, get on your knees in the middle of a radioactive field. At least our mind is doing okay. Yeah, that's... Okay, so that's what death looks like. And that's what loading looks like. This is what happens when you die, by the way. Well, to be fair, remember, this game is from 2021. So, all the radiation is, well, not diminished, not gone away, but it has diminished significantly. But if you were here from the beginning, you would get all the details. So we have looked at Musco Eye. Time for the Red Forest. The famous tract of woodland located in area of Chernobyl power plant, named because of the trees died due to intense radiation exposure, still considered one of the most radioactive places on Earth. Overall, I might add, most radioactive places on Earth. Also, just to make it worse, when the trees got irradiated, they were sprayed down with something that made the radiation stick to the trees. So not only are these trees stuck in the 1986 model or mode, but also whenever they die or get hit by lightning, radiation is released into the air. Let's go have a look at this area. Let's just medically teleport ourselves there. Well, if you did that, you would release radioactivity into the air. Why would you want to do that? This is also where the Russian soldiers supposedly dug trenches and so forth. Which was a dumb idea, I might add. The exact place you're not supposed to dig trenches, I suppose. Ooh. Why are we here at night? Ah. Alright, let's just go for these over here. No, the game actually is a semi-horror game because I played it in a way you're not supposed to playing it. Where you killed nothing and you just ran from everything. And then everything suddenly becomes a horror game because the enemy has Kalashnikov and people mutate. Oh, the claw! The claw is here! Guys, the claw is here! It's the fucking claw! I didn't know it... Huh. Nice! You don't understand, the claw is here. So, this is a claw that was, as far as I remember, from a crane that was inside of the Chernobyl power plant and got blown through the roof and landed here in the forest, more or less as it stands right here. Now, when I was first introduced to the Chernobyl disaster, it was through a tourist who went there, went over to this claw, decided to crawl into the middle of it, while his monitor or dosimeter was screaming at him to go away. The problem, once he actually got to the checkpoint afterwards, they would not let him out because he was considered contaminated. He had to go through the washing process and he didn't have any spare clothes with him or anything. Very funny. 2012 was one hell of a time. Also, it's radioactive, as you can tell. It has 7 millisieverts as opposed to 1.2. Nice. Anyways, this is the edge of the map. This is the edge of the map. This is not the edge of the map. But yeah, that was my introduction to the whole catastrophe. Oh, it's the helicopter! Which helicopter is it? Oh, it's an M8. Oh, Mi-8. I love the Mi-8. It's a big, fat, chunky helicopter.
What you see here is the Claw, a large metal structure located in the Red Forest area of the Chernobyl exclusion zone. This equipment was used in cleanup and containment efforts following the Chernobyl disaster. Despite its notoriety, the Claw acts as a reminder of the ongoing risks posed by the disaster and continuing efforts to address its legacy.
Yes. Is it still radioactive? Again, as I said earlier, I will reply to these as best as I can before I let the scientists do it, and the answer is yes. As I just told you about the tourist that went to a claw, sat into it, then couldn't be let out again.
It was used to remove radioactive graphite emitting 20,000 roentgen per hour from the roof of reactor number 3. It's still dangerous even today.
Alright.
It's one of the few remaining physical reminders of the scale and scope of the cleanup operation,
Yes.
involving thousands of workers and specialized equipment. The Claw has become a symbol of the Chernobyl disaster and a popular destination for photographers and tourists visiting the exclusion zone.
So, for reference, he said, he said 20,000 roentgens per hour. And for reference, 400 or beyond roentgens will kill you if you absorb it into your body. So basically, every single hour this thing is just standing there, it emits enough radiation to kill a lot of people. Maybe 240 people, 250 people. Let me actually just take a calculator just to make sure. 20,000 divided by 400. I would say base 500, but 400. It kills 50 people every hour, guaranteed. If they were near it, basically. That's how radioactive it is. In 1 hour. So it kills, well, times by 24. 50 times 24. It kills 1,200 people every single day. If they were to go over there and touch it, basically.
It depends on several factors, including the type and level of radiation, the duration of exposure, and the sensitivity of the individual. However, a dose of about 10 sieverts is considered lethal for the majority of the population.
I would say 5,
It is
but he
important
says
to note
10.
that lower doses of radiation can have serious health effects, depending on the exposure conditions.
Yeah, I would actually say 5 sieverts. That's basically the killing limit, but he says 10, so... And if it has to add up with what he said earlier about roentgen, then it also is around 4 or 5. But hey, he says 10. 10 is guaranteed. So yeah. Also, Mi-8. I like the Mi-8s. It's a big, fat, fucking helicopter. Oh yeah. I actually entirely forgot we had a map for this area. After the Chernobyl disaster, it became clear that the USSR had no vehicle suitable for high radiation. You don't fucking say. You don't fucking say they didn't. There's more radioactivity here than there is on a foreign planet. Various robots were utilized for different tasks, including radio reconnaissance, photography, sampling, analysis, and radioactive material. However, many robots provided unsuitable for the harsh conditions. In the Clean 1, Clean 2, the Bear, the MVT-2. Real robots used during the cleanup are displayed on the platforms in the outskirts of Chernobyl. Yeah, you don't fucking say. It's 15,000 Ronkin. I totally forgot there was a map in this area. Which just makes it easier to pinpoint where the hell we should go, I guess. It's kind of, the game really is like if Stalker met Fallout, I would say to some extent when it comes to building stuff and such. Oh. Oh look, a horse. Huh. What exclude, wait, what? What? There's like something missing here. Wait, oh, they just messed up the article. I see how it is. Horses were introduced to the exclusion zone. The most recent census conducted in Locus in 2008, revealing that about 150 of these horses, yes, now live in the Canadian sector of the exclusion zone. Some of the animals have even migrated north to establish themselves in Belarus, despite the species being associated with open terrain. The horses terribly frequently inhabit forest regions, including Red Forest, one of the most radioactive places on Earth. Why would they do this? Why would they... Here, horse! Go! Eat leaves that haven't been changed out for like 40 years old. It's like canned food that's been opened. Go ahead and eat that. No, it's actually like canned food that has been sealed for 40 years whenever you eat a freaking piece of grass here. Go ahead and devour them. Why horses of all things? They have like a terrible, terrible digestive system. I didn't think they should use goats, really. That is just silly. You stupid. You stupid. Alright, it's right over here. This is actually an area there isn't a whole lot to see aside from the claw, I suppose. Don't mind the fact that my guy is constantly trying to catch his breath. He's like... he's like what? He's like 65 in the game.
Stalker is a term used to describe individuals who venture into the exclusion zone around the Chernobyl disaster site. They do so for various reasons, such as taking photographs and collecting information, or simply for the thrill of exploring a forbidden and abandoned place. Despite the danger posed by radiation, many people still visit the exclusion zone and engage in these activities. Remember that entering the exclusion zone without proper protective gear and authorization is illegal and can be highly dangerous to one's health.
Yes, the term stalker is real. That's where they got it from. It is an individual who does reconnaissance in the exclusion zone, and in some cases even lives in it for a time.
The name derives from the 1979 science fiction novel and subsequent movie Roadside Picnic by Russian authors Arkady and Boris Strugatsky. In the book, the term stalker refers to individuals who venture into a restricted zone created by aliens to scavenge valuable artifacts. The term Chernobyl stalkers is an analogy describing individuals scavenging for valuables or exploring within the Chernobyl exclusion zone.
Well, this is why we're here. We're here to learn. How many stalkers are there? How would you confirm that?
Estimates vary widely, but some sources suggest that a few thousand people visit the exclusion zone each year. The majority are tourists seeking to explore the abandoned city of Pripyat and the surrounding area. However, these numbers are difficult to verify, as many visitors enter the zone illegally and without proper authorization.
I mean, I wanted to go to the exclusion zone at some point, but I wanted to do it the legal way. Just because I was curious. But then everything in my life basically fell apart and I decided not to do it. And then Ukraine started falling apart and I decided even more not to do it. But I guess -1 times -1 gives +1. So maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. But supposedly I missed something right over here. Ugh. Well, it definitely turned into a horror game now. Any haunted type of relic which may have been considered artifact doors if you ever played Chernobylite. Fixation on them. I never noticed there were doors everywhere. Or at least I don't remember that. Huh. Unsettling reminder of the children who died were disrupted by the Chernobyl disaster. I never saw doors or noticed them when I played the game. All I noticed were people were stuck in fucking walls because the Chernobylite virus mineral starts to evolve and basically consume people. But sure, why not? Nope, I never considered that. I was more busy looking at the fucking ghosts everywhere. Because the game is full of ghosts. Right, over at the station. That is actually like half the game is basically just hunting ghosts, hiding in the exclusion zone. Or memories, I suppose. I mean, it's your undead wife telling you to go here and find me. That's the reason why you're here in the first place. Because you turned fucking senile at the age of 65. Chernobyl power plant would commute via train. Cutting through Belarus and arriving in 40 minutes. Now closed, workers are forced to take the long route through Kiev. They don't know how to spell Kiev. Commute of 2 hours and 2.5 hours. Well, nice. Waterborne construction people supply building material, blah blah blah. Station was used to evacuate people from the exclusion zone, while village demolished and buried. Despite being closed now, the site will attract tourists interested in Soviet railway equipment. Of course. Like, what is the next one? Here. Ooh! Oh, I can take... Why is there ammo here? This is just a tour. Why is there... Ooh. Oh. Look at how shiny that is. Oh. Nice. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Why is there ammo here? I don't have the revolver with me. All I have is this magical device gun. Oh. And a knife that moves at like... I have a knife that moves in slow motion. I didn't even know I had a knife. Why do I have a knife? Why do I sound so tired when I use it? Recognition warning label for ionized radiation was introduced in California. Originally colored blue background. Alright, hooray, yes. I actually thought the symbol was a lot older. But that actually makes sense because these old signs have it like with the red and yellow instead. So that makes sense, I suppose. Alright. Let's have a look at the settlement. Yeah, settlement. Well, okay. Settlement. Settlement. Well, settlement will be next. There actually isn't a whole lot to see in this area and we could actually just leave. But hey, Tor. Oh, that's a scientist. I thought that was one of like the people. The humans.
Did you know that following the Chernobyl disaster, the Soviet military conducted a large-scale culling of domestic and wild animals in the affected areas?
Yes, they did.
This was necessary to prevent the spread of contamination, but it had a significant impact on the local ecosystem and wildlife populations.
Yes, this is what you see in basically the series where they just walk around in the city and they shoot whatever they can find. Dogs, deers, cats, literally everything they can find needs to be killed.
The exact number of animals killed during the culling is unknown, but it is estimated to be in the tens of thousands. This included domesticated animals such as cows, pigs, and horses, as well as wild animals like deer, boars, and wolves.
I honestly don't know if the Bridge of Death is in the game, but it wouldn't surprise me if it is somewhere.
Sadly, yes. The only option was to reduce the risk of radioactive contamination of the food supply. Minimizing the exposure of humans and other animals to radioactive materials was also an important goal. Some dogs and cats escaped into the woods in 1986. Their descendants are still living in the zone today, despite the radiation. Volunteers and welfare organizations feed and monitor them.
I honestly don't know where in this place the Bridge of Death is, but yes, it's probably like in the main city or near the main city. Oh! Hello!
Did you know aircraft were used not only to assist in the liquidation of the disaster site, but also for cloud seeding?
Yes.
The military was tasked with cloud seeding to prevent radioactive fallout from reaching Moscow and other major Soviet cities.
I actually didn't know that it was cloud seeding. I knew they crop dusted. I didn't know they were cloud seeding.
Cloud seeding is a process of introducing materials into clouds to generate rain or snowfall. Cloud seeding increases precipitation in specific areas by adding particles with additional nuclei around which water can condense. The most common method of cloud seeding involves dropping chemicals, such as silver iodide, into clouds from an aircraft. From May to December 1986, planes made repeated flights around Chernobyl in an 80-kilometer loop, dispersing Cement 600, a mixture of cement and special agents. This caused a 5-month drought in Ukraine, as the Cement 600 absorbed moisture from clouds, preventing precipitation.
That's interesting. There's a lot of scientists just standing around out here, but I guess it's because this area doesn't have a whole lot to show.
Welcome to the Red Forest, a famous tract of woodlands located in the exclusion zone around the Chernobyl nuclear power plant.
Yes. Why is it called the Red Forest? It's called the Red Forest because all the leaves are still intact and original. Stuck in 1986 because of the chemicals they've used to crop dust them with.
The forest earned its name due to the red color of the pine trees that succumbed to intense radiation following the nuclear accident in 1986.
Yes.
The Red Forest is still considered one of the most radioactive places on Earth. Its trees had to be buried to prevent the further spread of radioactive contamination. The forest's soil, water, and air are also irradiated.
Yes, but how highly?
Fortunately, despite the contamination, the Red Forest has become a unique habitat for a variety of wildlife, including deer, wild boar, and wolves.
Direwolves.
Scientists have also observed mutations in the local plants and animals, including genetic abnormalities and changes in physical characteristics.
Alright, but you didn't give me a number. Ooh. I thought that was an animal. Oh! Anti-radiation medicine and metal plating. Why do I have these? Soldiers were assigned to prevent villages from returning. Often misunderstood by the farmers who begged the soldiers to let them return to their animals and fields. Since radiation is invisible, they didn't understand the danger. See, this is the problem. Because prior to 1986, common folks had no idea how the hell radiation worked. It was like fucking magic. Like, how do you explain something that you cannot see, cannot taste, cannot smell, and cannot hear to someone? That's literally, you're just literally making up magic in this case. At least for the common folk. And it's because of Chernobyl that it's now common for people to know these things. Oh, that's a swastika pine tree. So some moral, even as Chernobyl says, doing World War II German. Hang prisoners from the tree. Damn! Marked towers, depending to obelisk, were added, as well as surrounding fence. With force being cut down, the tree remained standing for a few years before collapsing. That's interesting. Where is the tree now? Like, if they really felt like it, they could have put the tree in somewhere. Like, is this the fence that was around it? I don't know. They want me to look at a fucking tree, of all things. Oh. Right, I don't have that. Not that it's important anyways. Oh yeah, there's the settlement. Because in the game, whenever you play the real game, there are people living here. For some reason, I never really understood that. They just do. For some reason. Yeah, over there. They just live in there. I don't know why, but I know you can recruit them for doing terrorist activities. Which is, of course, what you should do, because that is what the Brotherhood of North demands. Curies per square kilometers. Produce and contaminate with even 1 curie of radiation could be dangerous. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Radiation in itself, if in small enough doses, is not that dangerous to be around, but once it gets in your body, all hell breaks loose and you basically just fall apart. Right. Yeah, this place didn't have a whole lot to offer, just animal facts. Honestly, I'm going to look up where the hell the Bridge of Death is when we're done with this area, just to see if I can actually pinpoint it in the game, because that would only make sense that it's here, somewhere. Oh, that's the old symbol. Kiev. Kyiv. Not Kiev. Kyiv. Detected a rock and processed an increase in radioactivity. Within a week of Chernobyl disaster, they poured radioactivity in drinking water. Just around cesium and iodium with the grass and could serve as a means of measuring for hence cows were used to a type of dosimeters. As a type of dosimeters. Of course they were. Why wouldn't they? Let's see. Did we get everything here? The answer is yes. Everything of value. Great. No, not go to menu. We're gonna go to menu. I'm gonna presume that's the easiest way. Yeah. I love this loading screen. Also, I had to Google where the hell the thing is. The obvious thing, the thing. Chernobylite. They have roughly 2 kilometers from the Chernobyl reactor and commonly featuring landmark point. Interesting survival hope against Chernobylite. So it is in the game, but I don't know where it is. As a highly radioactive contaminated area linked section of the game map. Real time, notoriously by high, blah 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 blah. Alright, so it is in the map somewhere. Approximately 2 kilometers away. Pripyat Port. Oh. So it's here somewhere, I just don't know where. Chernobylite prepared port area. Okay, so right, where's the? That's where we're going, anyways. Hazardous, typically high-rating hotspot, requiring players to use anti-radiation mitigation gears to cross safely. Near the Yoron Railroad Station, connecting the road with Chernobyl town. Well, okay. No. I googled it. I looked it up. It says it's near the port, by some tracks, near a station, and then it's highly radioactive. So it's probably like here. This is probably it. Could be it, I might say. I mean, it could also be here, but I don't know. We'll see. Let's have a look. We are going to run straight to it then, just in case I'm wrong. Please remember that this guy is approximately 65 years old in this game. And I'm making him run across town. Well, city. Hello, Lennon. Tavares Lennon. And this doesn't look like it, but no. No, that's not it. Hang on, let me just check again. In Chernobylite, Bridge of Death is located in prepared port area. In the game version, the landmark is severely high, blah blah blah. Northern part of the map. I mean, there's water over here, so let's have a look over here. To be fair, it is an AI giving me hints as to where the hell it is, so it could be wrong. Run! Run! The ghosts are coming! Oh, this actually looks like the place. Spicy! Well, that could be it, I suppose. That could be the bridge right over here. We can't exactly walk out on it because, you know. Millisieverts, which is the usual term we use over here in Europe for radiation measurement. It's the modern term. The old term was rem and rads. And 1 millisievert is not a lot. 5 sieverts absorbed into your body is what will kill you, in my opinion. 10 if you ask the scientists in the game. And 1 sievert is equivalent to 100 Ronkin, which is the old unit of measure. This is when you see you've seen the Siri, they say 3.6 Ronkin, which would be equal to, I think it is, not a lot, because you have to divide it by 100, so it's like 0.03 sieverts. Yeah, it's like 36 millisieverts. I think I'm gonna rush through and we'll see if I die, because if there is something beyond this thing, then obviously I want to see it. There's nothing. Okay, that was spicy air right there. Well, time to explore. And this one actually might take a while because there's a lot of stairs in this one. I don't know what was happening between 28 and 31. I don't remember. Oh, a scientist. Hello. Maybe he will talk about the bridge.
This is Pripyat Hospital 126. It used to be one of several medical facilities serving Pripyat and the neighboring areas. It was operational during the time of the Chernobyl disaster in 1986.
Yes.
The hospital was used to treat and evacuate the injured workers and nearby residents, but eventually became contaminated with radioactive materials. Today, the hospital is abandoned and serves as a reminder of the devastating effects of the Chernobyl disaster.
Is this the hospital where all the firefighters' equipment is in the basement that has since then been filled up to the brim with sand?
On the night of the Chernobyl disaster, firemen and plant workers were taken to Pripyat Hospital 126 with radiation sickness and burns. They arrived still wearing their contaminated suits and were treated at the hospital. Despite being abandoned for over 30 years, their suits stored in the basement still emit dangerous levels of radiation.
Okay, so yeah, they are there, but it's been covered up with sand. And I know this because one tourist went there, took footage from the basement where you could see the boots, he could take measures of them and so forth. But now you can't do that anymore. Now it's gone, basically. Or now it's filled up with sand and you can't do that anymore.
Pripyat
Because someone
Hospital
else did that 5 years later.
had 410 beds and several clinics and 5 interconnected, 6-story buildings. It was located on Druzhby-Narodov Street, near the cafe and dock, and took up most of Microdistrict 1 in Pripyat. A large sign on the roof read, "The health of the people is the wealth of the country."
He didn't actually read that right, but nice. Nice, 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 nice. He didn't talk about the Bridge of Death, but to be fair, the bridge is supposedly a myth. A myth that refuses to die. And now comes all the fucking climbing, because we have to get up to some floor somewhere to find whatever the hell it wants me to find. Nope. Oh! Oh, look at how shiny that is. Moscow receives an emergency call from Chernobyl at 2:30 a.m. Medics and power plant were seeking help for treating workers and firefighters who had already suffered from acute radio poisoning. Yeah. Likely the first person in Moscow to learn about the accident. Just 1 hour earlier. Yep. It should be noted, by the way, that sieverts is one of many units of measuring radiation with, I might add. But there's like 7 units and 5, or I think 3 of them runs on the modern scale. That's sieverts, gray, and then a third one I can't remember. And then there's like the old scale, Curies and Rems and Ronkins. Since the start of Soviet Union nuclear program 1949. I actually thought it was a lot older than that. Yeah. Why prepare for something that's never going to happen? Let's see, can I just cross? No, I cannot. Right. Left. center. Around the place, around the place, around the place. We're in the clear. I thought we ran straight into a place. Now comes the question, is there no entrance to this building? And the answer is, obviously there is. Oh, I didn't even need to go here. I was a fucking idiot. Ooh. Ooh! Ooh! An opportunity for violence! I can't see shit, but opportunity for violence! Just casually finding an AK in the fucking back in the locker at a hospital. Of course, like you always do. Just casually finding an AK in the hospital. Why not? Yes. Yes, that needs to be a clip right there. What is the time? It is 1:38. Got it. This looks like a morgue. Maybe a crematorium. Okay, is there an upstairs here? There's a downstairs. I am apparently upstairs. Right. Yeah, this is definitely a morgue of some kind. Oh, there we go. Pripyat, city near Chernobyl power plant, was planned to be twice its current size. Now housing power plant, including at least 2 more units, was scheduled. That is right. The 5th and 6th reactor was scheduled. In the city, the intended construction site was instead used as a heavily contaminated sandy plateau burying ground consisting of 8 examples of 82 trench-style burial mounds. 6 is today enclosed by the moat. Huh. So, burial for humans or burial for vehicles? Because some of them were buried in the ground. That I actually did not know. Let's go over here to this one. Oh! Can I open this? No. I have no reflection. Damn it. Don't mind me, just casually going for a stroll. AK-47s! For everyone! Spanning Belarus, Ukraine, 775 kilometers long, basin nearly blah 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 blah, largest tribute. Known to strong turbulent flow, high sandy banks, spraying. Mhm. 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 I don't know why they don't know how to spell Kiev, but apparently they don't know how to spell Kiev. But hey, whatever. Oh, note. Islands of ships. River fleet repair operations. Huh. Fascinating. Kiev. They don't know how to spell fucking Kiev, apparently. Heavily contaminated, written off as later scraps, contaminated boat. Stock remains at the river park. Got it. There's a lot of things here to look at. But not a whole lot of them actually does anything, like... Hooray. I mean, at least I got a freaking AK-47. power plant was celebrated by Cafe Pripyat. 1 ruble. Nice. I could have sworn there was another one here. It's probably inside the building then. Would be more cool if it was on the roof though. Don't mind. Oh! Opportunity for violence!
Cafe Pripyat never reopened after the disaster at Chernobyl NPP. It
Jeez,
remains
I wonder.
abandoned and is now a popular tourist destination in Pripyat. This place is really one of a kind. It offers a unique and eerie glimpse into the past.
How so? How does it do that more than anything else around here?
It was a place of leisure and recreation in a youthful, forward-thinking community. Inside the cafe, ornate stained glass windows added a touch of elegance, which was vastly different from the city's uniform architecture.
Yeah, okay.
It was known as The Dish and was a popular lakeshore hangout for young people in Pripyat. It was a hub of activity in the summer and hosted regular picnics and barbecues. In the winter, families would go ice skating on the frozen lake. On April 26th, the government commission in Pripyat discussed using helicopters to scatter sand over the damaged reactor. This sand was gathered from near Cafe Pripyat. 150 young men with shovels, along with a truck filled with empty sacks, were dispatched for the operation. They worked tirelessly through the night, filling one sack after another until they were allowed to go home and rest.
Alright, so the cafe did nothing, basically. Because the sand was just a waste of time. Sam and Boron, well, it wasn't exactly a waste of time, it just created more problems than it solved. Right. I'm curious what's this way, though. Here we go. Is there a wall here? Oh, it's just the overhang. I see. What's at the end of it, though? Because it's, like, marked out. Ah, radiation. Got it. Sure. Love is a highway. I wanna ride it all night long. Oh, hello, dude.
Behold Pripyat's river port. This was once an important transportation and communication hub for the city.
Oh, what's it now? I honestly don't know anything about this one. I don't even know what the lake is called.
The Pripyat River is a tributary of the Dnieper River in northern Ukraine. It's 724 kilometers long and has a catchment area of 97,000 square kilometers. The river flows through the exclusion zone of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Before the accident, it was used to transport goods and materials to and from the power plant.
Right. Anything else?
The river and its tributaries were heavily contaminated in the aftermath of the disaster. Its water was also used to cool the damaged reactors.
Which makes sense. Reactors. What? More than one?
The Pripyat River is home to a variety of fish, including catfish, bream, perch, pike, and roach. But fishing in the river and its tributaries is prohibited.
So this is the river, because I also saw a clip from a different journalist who went there, who actually picked up a fish and they took some measures and a biopsy from the fish. And they might actually have been standing somewhere near here, or a similar place. Huh, nice, a crane. When they did that. Right, left, center. Oh yeah! Hello, Tavares Lenin. Vladimir I. Lenin. What the platform or power plant was originally named after.
Statues of Lenin symbolize the ideology of communism and the leadership of the Soviet Union under Lenin and later under Joseph Stalin. They were often prominently placed in public spaces like town squares, parks, and on top of buildings. They were a reminder of the state's power and its officially mandated ideology.
Yeah.
The statues were a form of political propaganda used to promote the ideals and values of the Communist Party and to maintain public support for the government.
Yeah.
Soviet propaganda regarding the Chernobyl disaster portrayed the event as a minor accident caused by operator error. The official response downplayed the number of casualties and emphasized the Soviet state's quick response to the disaster. The goal was to minimize public panic and maintain trust in the government and the nuclear energy industry. The true scale of the disaster and its long-term impacts were suppressed and only became widely known after the collapse of the Soviet Union.
I mean, if you really want to say anything, yes, operator error. In the end of the day, it was operator error. Because the power plant operated fine for approximately 7 years by the time it blew up. So, operator error. But to be fair, said operator was not informed of the consequences of their actions. So it's really kind of a blame this, blame that, blame this, blame that. But hey, whatever. It's in the past.
The initial response from the Soviet government was to downplay the severity of the accident and conceal information about the disaster from the public. In fact, the authorities initially denied that any radioactive material had been released and claimed that only 2 people had died. Only after significant radioactive fallout was detected in nearby countries did the Soviet government admit that a major accident had taken place.
Yeah, it makes sense.
The true scale of the disaster was suppressed for many years. Only after the collapse of the Soviet Union did more accurate information become widely known. To this day, there are those who refuse to believe Chernobyl was simply an accident. Some believe it was a Western plot to undermine the Soviet Union, or a failed experiment in military technology, or that extraterrestrial beings were involved.
Of course.
But the causes of the disaster have since been thoroughly investigated and widely documented. The consensus among experts is that the disaster was the result of a combination of design flaws in the reactor and operator error.
Well, yeah, I suppose. Well, you could turn around and say, if you get a car that is crappy, is it the car's fault that you crash it? That you decide to crash it? But let's not get political here. Ah, here we go. What the fuck is this thing? Wormwood Star Memorial Park. White crosses, each indicating the beginning settlement with I have never heard of whatever the hell that was, and that was a weird place to put it. Oh, I remember this one. I remember this stupid little shed here in the middle of nowhere. In the middle of a fucking playground, there's a tiny shed. Uh-oh. Let me just keep an eye out. Nope, wasn't that same shed. But it is the same stupid guy.
Did you know that Pripyat was supposed to be an atom grad? The Soviet city of the future powered by atomic energy, built for the elite engineers and artists.
Yes. Basically, it was supposed to be, whatever the hell, Atom Heart became.
Atomograds or atom grads were small industrial cities designed to serve the needs of commercial nuclear power plants. With populations ranging from 30,000 to 80,000, these cities emerged in the 1960s and 70s, mainly in the western parts of the Soviet Union. Almost all of them were located within agricultural landscapes and close to rivers, which Soviet engineers deemed suitable for building nuclear power plants. These sites were not situated far from industrial regions that required electric power, yet they had low population densities. Unlike secret, restricted nuclear facilities, Atomograds served the dual purpose of energy economy and political propaganda, and were public projects. The residents of Atomograds were well educated and socially privileged compared to the average city dweller in the Soviet Union. These cities played a crucial propaganda role and represented a particular type and stage of socialist industrial city planning and social engineering.
Right.
The most notable were the Chelyabinsk 40, now Ozersk, Sverdlovsk 44, now Zerchny, Krasnoyarsk 26, now Zheleznogorsk, and Tomsk 7, now Seversk. Nuclear cities heavily influenced their surroundings and provided opportunities for young people to escape the farm and learn about modern urban and industrial life. However, not everyone benefited equally in this nuclear utopia, as social stratification along linguistic and educational lines was common. This led to conflicts regarding wages, privileges, and access to housing. The Soviet atomic cities were considered a success in that they produced the fissile material necessary for the development and production of nuclear weapons. But the cost in health and safety of the workers and the local population, as well as the environmental impact, was significant. Additionally, the secrecy surrounding these cities created widespread distrust and concern.
So that's the thing about the RBMK reactor. People give it crap, says it's a terrible design, which probably is true. But it can do so many things that all reactors cannot. It's basically the equivalent of those terrible old engines that can just run on any sort of fuel, basically, within the nuclear industry. Also, yeah, apparently I missed the fucking shed that I was talking about. And why am I talking smack about this shed? Because I remember I got stuck in it. Or something like that. Yeah, I think I broke the game and got stuck in it at some point. I'm going to shoot one of these goddamn scientists once I get out of here, because I only have 10 bullets to my name, remember? I casually find a freaking Kalashnikov in a hospital, and I don't know how to feel about that. Right. See, that shouldn't be hard to find, the last two marks over here, but the problem is that's a 4-story building that they want me to go up and have a look inside. And they want me to look around in freaking apartments until we find it. If I'm lucky, it's like right here in the reception somewhere. Well, oh, that's... Alright, nothing. It's just there, don't mind it. It's inside the fucking wall. It's in the walls. It's in the goddamn walls. It's in the walls. It's probably like in the apartment right next to me or something. Stupid like that. Or it's like above. Nope. Oh. I honestly didn't know there was scaffolding here. Well, that you could walk on the scaffolding. Alright, so it's 10 meters below me somewhere. This is why I hate walking in these goddamn apartment complexes, because you never know where the hell everything is. Finding stuff is impossible. Maybe it's like on the outside of the wall. Oh! These machines! 2 types of sparkling water. Unfair option for one. Yeah, we see these as well in Atom Heart, actually. These specific machines. Nice. Basically soda dispensers. Apparently this was a thing. Because soda wasn't exactly secure to store in bottles always, I suppose. Now the problem is there's another thing to this fucking apartment complex. That guy fucking scared me. That fucking asshole scared me. That fucking guy scared me. Right. Can I go in here? Yes, I can. Because it could be like right over here, couldn't it? Oh, that's not good when the room is creaking like that. Please don't tell me that I cannot get to it because some stupid thing is locked behind lockpicks. Please don't tell me that's the fucking case here. It's the fucking case, isn't it? Right, what if I go all the way down? Because this one's clearly locked. Wait, this one's open. Nope, never mind. There we go. Moscow's attempt. Villages in the exclusion zone was blocked by Kiev leaders, not Kiev. Kiev leaders. The Kiev deemed radioactivity too high for habitation. Used by the minister responsible for the areas. Moscow sent 5 teams to measure radiation levels, and they deemed the area safe. Chief sent the team on and recorded ratings 10 times higher. Okay. Let's see. Was that everything? No! There's one more fucking thing on top of a silo somewhere outside. Can I jump out the window? No, I cannot. Wait. Ooh, can I cut the scientists? Can I kill them? Can I inflict pain upon them? I want to know. And also, how the hell do I get back? Because remember, I didn't take the staircase. I walked through a wall. I walked through a goddamn wall to get here. What? Is that blood? Huh. There's blood on the floor! This is not a door out. Okay, where's the exit? Found an exit. You son of a bitch! I cannot inflict pain upon this individual. God damn it. Alright, where the hell is that silo? It's over there. I feel better now. Alright. Over there. Over there. Yeah. Right. I feel better now that I've committed violence against a fellow individual. Humanoid. Actually, he's not a humanoid. He's not even a real person. So, Merman mountain equipment. Real-time data. I don't know what that is. 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 Oh yeah, this exists. Automatic sort of developed in the wake of World War II. In the wake of World War II. Is that true though? Wasn't it like more like in the middle that he came up with the first designs and such? Right. Right, let's go back then. Actually, now I'm in doubt. When the hell was the AK-47 specifically decided? Or designed? Designed. In April in 1945. Oh, 47 designed. Work began in 1945. So at the twilight of the Second World War. Got it. Alright. Well, 4 more places to go. Let's go. I honestly don't remember what this place is. They weren't mortar dispensers, by the way. They were soda dispensers, because you have to remember, soda was a luxury in the 80s. I honestly don't know what this area has to offer. Oh! Hey, guy!
Did you know that during the cleanup, residential homes were literally buried? The top layer of contaminated soil was removed, surfaces were treated with special decontaminating solutions,
Yes.
and radioactive materials were buried.
Yes.
Cleanup also involved the demolition and disposal of heavily contaminated residential buildings in many villages in the exclusion zone.
Yes.
Approximately 115,000 people were resettled as a result of the Chernobyl disaster.
Yes.
It was necessary to protect people from harmful radiation, and the residents of several contaminated towns and villages were moved to safer areas. The evacuation and resettlement process was carried out by the Soviet government. It had a profound impact on the lives of those affected, and many struggled to adjust to their new circumstances. Despite the challenges, the resettlement was seen as a necessary measure to protect public health and limit the spread of radioactive contamination.
Yes.
Some individuals eventually returned to their homes inside the 30-kilometer exclusion zone. These individuals are known as self-settlers or samoseals. They are easily distinguished by their well-kept homes that stand out from the overgrown and dilapidated houses around them.
Those are
As of 2016, approximately 180 people lived in the exclusion zone, with 80 of them residing in Chernobyl and 100 in nearby villages. Interestingly, most of the families who returned to the exclusion zone did so in the first year after the disaster. Today, they are mostly elderly and unable to relocate elsewhere. The exclusion zone is also home to approximately 3,000 workers who live on site part-time to provide security, rescue services, and administrative support. The self-settlers are not concerned about radiation levels, and they don't mind the increasing number of tourists visiting the ghost town. They have lived in harmony with nature for a long time and do not complain, despite their isolation from the rest of society.
These are probably the guys that actually live in that settlement I mentioned earlier. Or the kind of people who live in that settlement. I don't even remember what they're on about. I just remember they're there.
Welcome to Kapachi, a village located near the city of Pripyat and the Chernobyl nuclear power plant.
Nice.
Kapachi was heavily contaminated by radioactive fallout and was evacuated and abandoned shortly after the accident.
Nice.
Kapachi is located about 5 kilometers southwest of the Chernobyl nuclear power station. It's one of the closest settlements to the plant. The area around the village is considered to be a dead zone and not safe for human habitation. Probably around 500 people. Like many other villages in the area, it was a small, rural community made up mostly of farmers and their families.
That makes sense.
Before the disaster, Kapachi had a typical layout for a small village, featuring several residences, farmsteads, and small administrative buildings. After the accident, the government demolished many of Kapachi's buildings in hopes of reducing the spread of contamination.
I apparently walked by something, probably a letter. This looks like a bus stop. The high number. And the fun thing about that number is if you compare it to people that die in other industries, that's still a small number. Not even 1 million people. I walked by it. Oh, it's probably the statue. Yeah, there he is. This is the same statue as we saw
This is
before.
only one of many monuments in the exclusion zone commemorating World War II soldiers. However, it is probably the most visited by tourists today.
Okay.
The inscription below reads, "Eternal glory to the heroes who fell in the battles for the freedom and independence of our homeland." The names of Kapachi residents who died in combat in World War II, as well as those soldiers who died during the liberation of Kapachi in 1943.
That's a lot of people for a tiny village. Damn. See, I didn't know that. But I also suspect that this entire tourist thing is new to the area or to the game. I suspect it wasn't here before, when I played it last time. There was a free play back then, which meant that you could still chase ghosts around, and I think we should actually try that. At the risk of being freaking mauled by whatever the hell is around, because I have no idea how to play anymore. Kiev. Kiev leaders. Not Kiev. Kiev. leaders. Well, I mean, this one states the facts. Yes, it does, but it doesn't take into consideration that they could spread panic, and that is what Moscow was trying to prevent in this context. That, and of course cover their butts, but still. Huh, this one actually has a human in it. Oh, hello.
Apache Kindergarten is one of the last buildings standing in the village. It was abandoned and remains in a state of disrepair, but is still a popular tourist spot. Most other buildings in the area have been demolished and the ruins buried due to high radioactivity. You can read on the tin plate on the facade that it was built in honor of the 50th anniversary of the Great October Revolution in 1967.
So this is in the year 2000 and something, because it's 50 years ago.
Typical preschool curriculum of the era emphasized the development of social skills and physical coordination. The basics of language, mathematics, and natural science were also taught. The curriculum was designed to prepare children for primary school and to instill a love of learning and a sense of civic responsibility. Unsurprisingly, it also aimed to promote Marxist ideology and values such as collectivism and equality.
Yeah, probably.
Yes, iodine-131 is especially dangerous for kids. Young thyroids absorb this radioisotope very quickly. Overall, children's cells divide more rapidly than adult cells, increasing the risk of cell damage from radiation exposure. Additionally, children's organs, bones, and tissues are still developing, which also makes them more vulnerable to the effects of radiation.
Not true. Not true. I forgot to even read what the hell that was on about because I'm tired. I have been nothing but tired for 5 fucking weeks in a row. And I'm still tired despite actually sleeping. I'm still fucking tired. Anyways, we're more than halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. This is fucked. This is la 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 la. Living on a fucking shit. Yay. What are you? Railway line. You know, station. Well, that's where the Bridge of Death is. Yeah, is it in this area then? Huh. Oh. Well now. I mean, do we see anything here that looks like a bridge? The answer is no. Unless it's like over here or here. But I doubt that. We can't even walk up a freaking wall. Mandatory service general liquidator, so initially enlisted for a 2-month term. 25 Ronken. How those work? Process took longer than required. Trail amongst. I actually didn't know that it was extended. But that makes sense. Walkie walkie, space walkie, walkie walkie, cold walkie, walkie walkie, Berlin walkie, die in space. I am escaping to the one place that has not been corrupted by capitalism. Space! Is that a dent? No, that's not a dentist chair. Medical problems, problem. Yeah, that makes sense. It doesn't exactly surprise anyone now, does it? What you have to remember is a lot of the young people who were sent here was as an alternative to being sent to Afghanistan, or the war in Afghanistan. Which was turning into a fucking nightmare at the time. You could either go a couple of weeks here to this place, or you could go 2 years to Afghanistan. People probably took this instead. Belarusians where the majority of Chernobyl fallout came to rest. Ill prepared to deal with the aftermath of nuclear disaster. Who would have fucking known? Oh, well, actually, this is a nice village. Actually, I don't think this is a village area. I think this is like a summer camp area. Now that I think this is like pioneering area. Yeah, this is actually a scout outpost thing. This is why all these small huts are here. I just remembered. And I remember because I only went here once in the gameplay. Whenever I played the game, I only came here once. I was like, what the hell is this area? But yeah, it's a scout area thing. Or summer camp area thing. For the young pioneers who are about to become socialists. Yes. Oh. Hello. Knife.
The Emerald Camp was established prior to the Chernobyl disaster and was used by the families of military personnel working at the nearby Duga 2 radar facility.
Duga 2?
It served as a summer camp for children, providing them with a chance to spend time in a forested, rural environment and participate in recreational activities.
Yeah.
The camp continued to operate after the disaster, but the surrounding area was eventually designated as part of the exclusion zone due to high levels of radiation. Unfortunately, it was mostly destroyed by forest fires in 2020. What you see is a virtual reconstruction of the original. The Young Pioneers were a massive Soviet youth organization for children aged 9–14. It was founded in 1922 and was modeled after the Scouts.
Yeah.
The aim of the organization was to educate and politically indoctrinate young people in Marxist-Leninist ideology and to promote Soviet patriotism. The Young Pioneers offered young people opportunities for physical, cultural, and social development encompassing activities such as camping, sports, and arts and crafts. They also participated in political and social events and various ceremonies and parades. Membership was seen as a rite of passage for young people. The organization was dissolved in 1991 with the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, who would have known? Basically, scouts. I honestly did not know that this place was burnt down, but to be fair, when they made this game, this place was still standing. But by the time the game was released, this was burnt down. I guess that's just another loss from the fucking year of 2020, because year 2020 just destroyed everything we held dear. 2 dozen, several hundred houses surrounded by vegetation, patches, sheds, small barns. Yeah. 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 Who would have known that a tiny village in the woods is like any other tiny village in the woods? Who would have known? Who would have known? I wouldn't. I would definitely not have added 2 and 2 together and figured that out myself. No, 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 no. Not me. Nuh-uh. Someone else could do that for me. Oh, S-75. That's, well, yeah. Anti-air, that's a SAM site. Nice. In 57, that's actually pretty early. Nice. Excuse me? Excuse me? Can you not? Ah, they spelled seal wrong. It's S, it's Z, small I, and L. Alright. Excuse me. Could you not do funky noises when I'm looking around? Trying to read here. That's another fucking clip right there. The moment I'm looking away, it's just getting spookified. Imagine if the fucking monsters in the game started showing up, but just because I was taking so long at looking around. Hey, wait a minute. During the summer of '86. Whatever. Alright, did we get everything? I remember being curious about what the hell this was. Yeah, we got everything from this area. Is there no easier way to do this, or do I really have to go back to the menu every single fucking time? Because that's a lot of effort, and I'm lazy. There's only 2 places left, I think. Yes, I know, I know. By the way, this is the safe house. With a giant fucking hole in the roof. That doesn't seem very safe. Right. I always wondered what this down here was, but apparently, yeah, that's the small city. Well, small town. Small village. Pripyat Center. Honestly, let's go to the cooling towers. Just because I feel like Pripyat Center is not going to be anything interesting. It's just going to be more of what we saw down at the pier, except more statues, more buildings, a lot more apartments for me to walk in and out of. And get lost in. Oh, that's our wife. The whole reason why we're here is because the ghost of our wife is telling us to come here and do spooky shit all over the place. Yay. Imagine if that thing over there was running us down right now. Boom. I honestly suspect that there could be the bridge. Well, let's start down here, shall we? Oh shit! Oh no! Chernobylite! Which is what the whole thing is about, because this is spreading everywhere. Welcome to the Tiberium field, motherfucker. Actually, it's not. Chernobylite is actually a real material. It is what things turn into, or what chromium turns into when left exposed to radiation for long enough. It actually turns into this crystal form right here. Let me get it on screen, shall we? Compound. Is it a compound? Is it considered a compound? Yes. I guess. No, yes, no. Right. I wanted to show it and put it on screen, but the problem is apparently it's so rare that we don't really have pictures of it. Here we go. Here's some. Nope, that's not some apparently. My mistake. Open picture on new thing. Yes. Here we go. Alright, where is, there it is. Let me just see. What if I press this button and then I... Browser, screen, game, video. And then I select this one. There we go. This is what Chernobylite looks like under a fucking microscope. Yeah. Please remember that these are tiny things, as you can tell. They're like me's of a millimeter apart, like 1/1,000,000th of millimeters. This is 51/1,000,000th of a millimeter. And apparently in this game, the whole plot is that this Chernobylite is spreading and it is becoming dangerously unstable. Because this is really the result of stabilized radioactive material whenever it is, well, becoming this compound here. I'm calling it a compound because I don't know what it is. Yeah. That was my face. That's not what I wanted to take out here. There we go. It is a real thing. It is real. It actually took me... I only knew until... It was only recently I found out that this actually exists and this actually is a thing. But it is. And the whole plot of this game is that it's starting to take over. And it's starting to spread and make life forms and such. So it literally is just Tiberium with extra steps. And honestly, this might be where they got the concept of Tiberium from. A radioactive crystal. So it's honestly the other way around. It's actually Tiberium that's inspired from Chernobylite and not the other way. Kind of spooky, isn't it? And the only reason why we know it exists is because 2 scientists broke into Chernobyl, hammered a piece of debris of a relic there, a concentration of chromium, which is called the elephant's foot. They hammered a piece of it, smothered it in lead, took it with them, dropped it over a fence, went around the fence, picked it up, drove through an airport, made claims that they were immune to searches, went to Moscow, I think it was, made their studies of it, and then said, we have discovered a new element and we are going to call it Chernobylite. And that's how it became a thing. Pretty interesting story, actually.
Soviet authorities attempted to cover up the extent of the Chernobyl disaster. The Soviet government downplayed the severity of the incident and initially reported only 2 deaths and a few. They also tried.
To answer the question, yes, the elephant foot is too dangerous to come close to, but they didn't go close to it. There's a door, metal door that protects. Let me actually just see if I can find a picture of it. If I do like this, okay, then it still works. Good. So, whenever you go near the elephant door, or the elephant foot as it's called, there is a door somewhere nearby, somewhere else in the picture. I'm gonna presume it's like over here, where my mouse is, in relation to the elephant foot. It's like over here somewhere on this side, or it's over here somewhere on this side. And whenever you open that up, you can take a sledgehammer, which this is what they did, by the way, and hit it around the corner without exposing yourself directly to the elephant's foot. A piece of debris fell off it as they hit it with an elephant or with this hammer, and you can actually see the hammer in some of the pictures because they left the hammer there. Then they scooped that up with a shovel, wrapped it in a blanket of lead, brought it with them back to the place and studied it. And it's actually a very interesting story. And I wish I knew more about it, and I wish I knew it sooner, but I didn't. But yes, you cannot go near the elephant's foot. It is the most dangerous item in the world. Well, thing in the world. Most radioactive thing in the world. At least it used to be. It's not as bad now as it was in the past, but it's still freaking bad.
No, the international community soon realized the gravity of the situation as radioactive particles were detected in other countries. This led to increased international pressure to release information. Further information was only made public after increased radiation levels were detected in Sweden, which prompted the Swedish government to alert other European countries. Thus, the Soviet government was forced to acknowledge the incident and its disastrous consequences.
Yeah.
Despite the risks, many people in the region, including plant workers, firefighters, liquidators, and doctors, chose to speak out. They revealed the severity of the disaster and the inadequate response of Soviet authorities. This helped spark greater international attention and support, which ultimately led to a more effective response and better aid.
Yeah. What the hell was this place? Excuse me, what the hell was this place? Because it looks like some kind of farm-ish thing, but at the same time not. Oh, fuck! I broke it! Oh no! Help. Trust me to break a game. Apparently. Oh no. Alpha Prime returns. The horror of Alpha Prime returns. God damn it. I need more Game of Year for this bullshit. Fucking handicap patient. Ugh. Disability patient. That's a pension. That's the word I forgot all about. And I also forgot how the hell you leave in this game. All right, let's go to the freaking. Let's go there. We weren't done with that area, and now we know we should stay the fuck away from that building because that building is death. Apparently, help. There's a scientist just standing out there, and he was just standing there with his arms crossed, looking at me as I just got trapped on something. He's just staring at me, judging my actions. Right. Also, we started in a different position than last time. We were like turned the other way around. Oh yeah! This is basically what you see in the whole area. Good, 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 good. Yeah, we all know this. Everyone who has seen the series know about the miners. Digging a fucking tunnel, that's what we're doing. What? You won't give us fans. We're still wearing the fucking hats, aren't we? Oh, it actually remembers my progress. Yeah, it remembered my progress. Nice. That fucking scientist, he was just still standing right outside of the room, just staring at me like, what the fuck are you doing? Get down from that thing. I can't! My legs have fused with the floor! Douche. Oh, I want to jump over it. Officially attributed to Chernobyl disaster, human error, fields and revealed that the RBMK design was also at fault. Well, yeah, it could blow up, but guess what? Everything can blow up. Positive void confusion because the temperature speed of the boring control rods were inserted to slow down. Knew about this floor. See, that's the whole thing about the RBMK reactor. Is it flawed by design? Yes, but so is a gun, because you can shoot yourself with it, and it can blow up. The real question you should ask yourself is, if you know a car has a certain feature that maybe makes it undesirable for tight turns, and you still drive the car, who is responsible? The car manufacturer who knew about this flaw, and you who knows about, or you who know about the flaw and still crashed the car? Who is responsible? I don't know, as long as you're informed. But I guess in this case the people weren't informed, so it's not really a fair comparison. Oh yeah, these are like the new coolant towers they're trying to build. These were for reactor 5 and 6, I think. Which were never made, by the way, but they were in the process of being made. I need more gamer feel for this. Wow! They fucking left the scaffolding up there as well. Damn. I see a ladder. Can I crawl up there? Can I climb up there? Can I climb that fucking thing? I wanna climb that fucking thing. I wanna go up and up and up and never come down. I wanna test this game for fall damage. China syndrome. No, I never heard of it. Huh. Oh. This is actually kind of funny. I did not know that. I need to check that out at some point. It's old as fuck, I know, but still. Sounds interesting. Let's see if I can go up there. I so want to go up there. Are you fucking kidding me? You put a ladder right... Oh, game. Game! You son of a bitch. 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 Oh, lean. Yeah. Inspect manufacturing equipment U-70 using largest particle. Oh! Particle accelerator in the country. Struck by a beam of proton traveling nearly speed of light. Oh yeah! This guy, was that in the 70s? I thought that was like in 2000. It was in the fucking 70s. Yeah, okay. That's interesting. They should have shown a picture of the guy, though. You son of a bitch! Right, anyways. Is that a fucking... Oh, okay. I thought that was a fucking soda can in the middle of the goddamn construction site. I was like, what? 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 The role of the water. Power to cooling infrastructure, Chernobyl power plant. Official cooling pond. Powered an area of nearly kilometers. One is a popular fishing spot for locals, and fishery was adapted here to send activity of fish were banned in 2008. Unfortunately. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Listen, my mind fell out of my fucking head the moment I couldn't go up the fucking scaffolding. Now I can do nothing but swear for the rest of the gameplay. Fuck, fuckity fuck, 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 fuckity fuck, 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 fuckity fuck, 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 fuck. What the fuck was that? What? Excuse me, is this like a bicycle in the water or something? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? What's wrong? What's burning? Why are you burning? Who's burning? What the fuck? You son of a bitch! What the hell? What Sam hell? What's this silly fool? The enormous catfish named Borka. Yes, of course they would name a catfish Borka. Also, that's one hell of a... That almost looks like a whale. Famous for the colossal size. You don't fucking say. Heartless individual. Oh man. Can we get an F in chat for Borka? Also, why the hell would they do that though? Why? Oh man. Heartless individual. It doesn't even say if they know how though. But that's still sad. Oh. I guess we're doing it again then. Guess we're going back into the tower. Guess we're going back into the cooling tower. Guess we're going back in here. Guess we're going back in here. Guess we're going back in here. I like... radiophobia. I mean, some people probably did. You have to remember, people don't know these things at that point in history. People don't know better. Or at least the ones in charge don't know better. Because how do you explain that something invisible is killing you? Something you can't see, you can't hear, you can't taste. It's just killing you.
These gigantic structures are the cooling towers for reactors 5 and 6 at the Chernobyl NPP. They were built as part of a planned expansion of the facility. Construction of these reactors began in the early 1980s, but was halted following the explosion and subsequent disaster at Reactor 4 in 1986.
What is the purpose of the cooling towers? I have no fucking idea what a cooling tower does.
Cooling towers are commonly used in thermal and nuclear power plants to cool large amounts of water using atmospheric airflow. Water used to reduce heat generated by the nuclear reaction must be cooled to prevent the fuel from overheating and causing a meltdown. Coolant water is pumped through the reactor to a heat exchanger, where the heat is transferred to a separate water circuit flowing to the cooling tower.
I wasn't paying
The
attention.
hot water is sprayed into the tower and exposed to the air,
Because the
which
spider
cools the
just
water
crawled on my
through
freaking
evaporation.
Table. There we go.
Cooled water is then reused in the heat exchanger, repeating the process, while warm air from the cooling tower is released into the atmosphere.
Yeah. Can it not be used for distributional heating more efficiently? I'm gonna presume no, but apparently.
The towers are 150 meters tall and 126 meters in diameter. They're made of reinforced concrete. Unit 5 and its tower were still under construction in 1986 when the disaster occurred, halting all work.
They both were.
Priorities later shifted to constructing the shelter for the destroyed Unit 4, and the new reactors and towers were abandoned.
Kind of a shame they invested so much into it, though.
Nowadays, the Chernobyl towers and their artificial islands surrounded by a channel are a popular tourist attraction. On the 30th anniversary of the disaster, an Australian artist painted a mural inside the 110-meter tower, using a 1986 photograph by photojournalist Igor Kostin.
What is a mural anyways? Let's just make sure there's nothing else over here. The answer is no. Righty-ho! I'm not seeing any BTR-60s though. And that makes me sad, because I like the BTR-60. In all its silly shapes and forms and sizes. I don't know. I don't know what a mural is. Is that the... Oh, that's a search. I totally forgot I had a search function in this game. And I just... That sounded like a fucking explosion going off in my ears. I just wanted to zoom in on that thing. Alright. Is that the power plant we see over there? I don't know. It looks beautiful though. Very photogenic. Everything about this place is photogenic. Yay! Engineer involved in decommission of the power plant. Held at gunpoint. Pose significant risk of maintenance of the site. Excrement. Huh. Well, to be fair, if these guys were allowed to circle out, they could become informants, and you don't want that. Better not to set them circle, but also why the excrement? I'm gonna presume the toilets didn't work. Maybe someone sabotaged the fucking toilets. It's a fucking bus! Wow! It's a bus! It's a fucking bus! It's Buzz Lightyear! I don't know why the fuck they want me to be amazed at a bus. But apparently they want me to be amazed at a bus. Give me my goddamn map, will ya? Oh, here you are. Hello!
Train cars like this one were used to transport irradiated meat after the disaster. During the liquidation of the Chernobyl site, all livestock and wild animals within the exclusion zone were culled to prevent the spread of radioactive meat. When irradiated meat appeared in Moscow stores, the Soviet health minister raised the alarm and halted sales of meat from the exclusion zone. However, the Moscow party bosses ensured their own supply was safe to eat. In the Soviet Union of 1986, meat was still not accessible or affordable for common folk. Beef was especially scarce. The idea of throwing away thousands of tons of expensive food was something party bosses disliked. A protocol was developed to cleanse the meat of radioactivity to make it edible. Processing plants were instructed to soak the meat in chemically treated water, then check radioactivity levels. It didn't help that the plants had to expedite the process due to the huge surplus of meat. This resulted in inaccurate assessments of radioactivity and the mixing of safe and highly irradiated meat. In 1987, over 300 tons of frozen meat was shipped to the Georgian Socialist Republic, but was rejected after being tested by a dosimetrist. The meat was then loaded on a train and caused fear and panic wherever it traveled. The local authorities in Ovruch asked for the meat to be buried, but their request was rejected. The train was then sent to the Ukrainian village of Polotsk, pasted with warning signs and locked up. The radioactive meat remained there until the generator for the refrigeration failed, and the local electricians refused to repair it.
The issue was brought to the public's attention by reporters who took photos of the radioactive train.
KGB agents eventually buried the meat in South Belarus in a concrete-lined pit.
Now, why wasn't that done right away, though? Which is kind of the question you sometimes ask, but I'm gonna presume it's just because the bureaucratic machine cannot react to this fast enough, and they don't have the intel, and even if they do, the ones that make the decisions don't have the intel themselves. Which kind of becomes a problem. That's the thing about saying what your boss knows is wrong, or what your boss is saying is wrong.
The Chernobyl NPP shelter structure, also known as the sarcophagus, is a large concrete and steel dome that covers the damaged Reactor 4 building.
Yes.
The sarcophagus was built to contain radioactive materials following the 1986 disaster and to protect the environment from further contamination.
Yes.
However, due to deterioration, a new structure called the New Safe Confinement was built and completed in 2016.
Well, to be fair, the old one was basically just momentarily. Well, a temporary thing, which lasted for 25 years before it started to fall apart. Apparently 30, according to this guy. So that makes sense.
The sarcophagus contained 200 tons of radioactive corium, 30 tons of dangerously contaminated dust, and 16 tons of uranium and plutonium.
Yeah, pretty much.
The Russian name for the structure, Obyekt Ukryte, means covering. The design of the original sarcophagus started on May 20, 1986. Construction took 206 days and involved 8 stages, including clearing the area and laying concrete around Reactor 4, erecting protective walls, covering the turbine hull, and installing a ventilation system. The construction used over 400,000 cubic meters of concrete and 7,300 tons of metal framework. It resulted in the enclosure of 740,000 cubic meters of heavily contaminated debris and soil.
See, that's the thing, though. And they also included a crane because the roof was threatening to collapse at some point, so a crane was permanently built next to it that would take some of the weight off the roofing.
The New Safe Confinement, also known as the New Shelter or ORCA, is a structure erected in 2016 at the Chernobyl NPP. It also covers the temporary shelter sarcophagus that was built shortly after the disaster. The main objective of the New Safe Confinement is to protect the reactor from external elements, facilitate its decommission, and keep water from seeping in.
Yeah.
It's a major project that forms part of the Shelter Implementation Plan, which is supported by the Chernobyl Shelter Fund. Its goal is to contain the radioactive remains for a minimum of 100 years and to dismantle the original sarcophagus that was hastily built by the liquidators. The structure was designed and constructed by the French consortium Novaka, along with Vinsai Construction Grants Projects and Bouygues Travaux Publics. Funding was sourced from the Chernobyl Shelter Fund, overseen by the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD. 46 countries and organizations contributed to the fund, including the EBRD itself. The cost of the New Safe Confinement exceeded 2 billion euros.
Honestly, considering how many there were involved, that's not a lot. And that's what we're seeing there. I wonder if I can get a better picture if I go, like, stand on top of something. The answer is sadly not really. Trading locals. Technically, no. If you play the gameplay, you have like a final showdown at some point where you go in and do something. And in the opening session of the game, you're also inside. You're actually breaking in. Allow them to retrieve belongings. Moonshine. Bullets! Some people think they can outsmart me. Maybe. Maybe. I've yet to meet a man who can outsmart bullets. Way! Way! Ah, 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 ah. Cry some more! I don't know what happened to my brain. Chernobyl bus junkyard! Yeah! Bus junkyard! Lasta! Live it! It's a fucking bus! Why are we looking at a fucking bus? How interesting is a bus? Talk to me.
The reactor meltdown at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant was a catastrophic event that occurred on April 26, 1986.
Oh, what is really? Oh yeah, it actually just happened.
It resulted in the release of significant amounts of radioactive materials into the environment.
Shush!
The meltdown...
Shush! Shut up! I'm doing something important. Get out of this confirmation. Just one. Give me a moment. Just a moment. Actually, no, I'm behind schedule. Never mind. Wait. 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 I say wait, goddammit. I said wait. 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 Time. Move faster, you fuckhead. Time. 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 This is ridiculous. There we go. Yep, it just happened. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it has now officially just happened. It is now 40 years since it blew up. Officially, this is the time it happened. At least in my time zone, I might add. In the real time zone might be 1 or 2 hours ahead of mine, but this is when it happened. 40 years of polluting the world.
The reactor meltdown at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant was a catastrophic event that occurred on April 26, 1986. It resulted in the release of significant amounts of radioactive materials into the environment. The meltdown occurred during a safety test when one of the reactors at the plant overheated and the fuel rods in the reactor core ruptured. This ignited a fire that released large amounts of radioactive materials into the atmosphere. The explosion and subsequent fire destroyed the reactor and the roof of the building. It sent a plume of radioactive smoke and dust into the air that spread over large parts of Europe. Later on, a special containment structure called a sarcophagus was created to stop the spread of radionuclides. All in all, the disaster caused widespread environmental contamination and led to the evacuation of over 100,000 people from the surrounding area.
There we go. I wasn't paying attention because I was busy taking a thumbnail or taking a screenshot of exactly that thing and uploading it.
The explosion and subsequent fire destroyed much of the reactor and the roof of the building. However, remnants of the reactor were eventually encased in a massive concrete structure known as the sarcophagus. It was built to contain the remaining radioactive materials and prevent further spread of contamination.
Yes.
The sarcophagus was built over the course of several months. Over 600,000 workers were involved in the effort. In recent years, a new containment structure known as the New Safe Confinement, or ARCA, has been built over the sarcophagus.
We know this.
This new structure was needed to better contain and protect against the spread of radioactive materials. While the reactor itself was severely damaged and is no longer in operation, much of the radioactive material remains at the site.
We know this already. The other guy mentioned this.
The Chernobyl disaster was caused by a combination of factors, including design flaws in the reactor, operator error, and an inadequate safety culture. However, several Soviet officials were charged with negligence, including Chief Engineer Anatoly Dyatlov.
Dyatlov!
Several other individuals
was
were
Dyatlov!
also charged, including Shift Supervisor Boris Rogozhin and the head of the power plant, Viktor Bryukhanov.
It was Dyatlov who was in charge. It was Dyatlov!
On the night of April 25-26, 1986, prior to a scheduled maintenance shutdown, Soviet technicians conducted a turbine test on Unit 4 of the Chernobyl NPP. They mistakenly disabled the emergency cooling system and other important safety protocols to perform the test. A series of errors caused a buildup of steam, which led to the reactor overheating. At 1:23 a.m., two powerful explosions ruptured the steel and concrete lid and sent a fireball into the sky, releasing a large amount of radioactive material. The situation was made worse by the subsequent outbreak of several fires, including one inside the reactor core that lasted for 10 days. The Chernobyl disaster released a minimum of 100 times more radiation than the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Combined or separated? That's the question, though. Because you have to remember, this is pure radiation. This isn't just... Well, you have to remember, it wasn't a real fire. It was more like material that could not be cooled down with water, because the water evaporated before it even got close to it. You're talking like the inside of a volcano going off here. You're talking about chromium forming. Alright. I actually forgot how to go back in this game. Like, how do you go back to the safe house? I'm gonna presume that we can just walk via the roads, maybe? No, we can just go back via the menu. Don't get me wrong, the game actually is spooky. At least the legit gameplay is. This isn't, but... Well, it still is, because the fucking ambiance decides to just be spook! Spook! Honestly, both of these are just city area, I don't know, but yeah. I mean, I guess I have to see the entire thing. But we already crossed the 3-hour mark. Also, I'm getting tired. I'm getting very tired, actually. I'm getting so tired, I'm gonna go get fuel. Yeah. You guys just stay here and look at the Tiberium. Look at the pretty colors. And I'm back. It took me a total of 20 steps to go and be back. Did we all die in the meantime? No. I really hope that we don't have to walk up like fucking buildings to get here. At the same time, I do hope that we find a fucking Kalashnikov in a in a hospital of all places. No. No. Oh, I remember this place. I remember being fucking stalked here by a guy with a Kalashnikov wanting to say hi to my face. With automatic fire, I might add. Hamilton's average age of just 26. Hot damn. Youngest city, yeah, you don't fucking say. I just coughed my nails off and now I can't even open my freaking can. There we go. Is this the shit I was swearing about? That's the problem about this area. It all kind of looks a bit the same. And this is really just a place with even more stuff. Oh look, Chernobylite. The White House. Fucking cola. Mm-hmm. 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 I actually remember this city, that's the problem. I remember parts of the city because I've spent a lot of time here. But the problem is you spend a lot of time being trapped in fucking bushes and buildings. Because you can't walk where you want to walk. Or suddenly someone's standing right in front of you and like, huh? Mm-hmm. This is just about a fucking building. It's about another concrete block. It's a concrete block. It's a concrete block. Also, yeah, this is, that's, You see where Tiberium got the inspiration from? Honestly, let me just have a look down. Nope, nothing. Looking for an apartment that's open. Here we go. Oh! Well, you're the least thing I expected to see in here. Slice.
You are now in a typical flat of a nuclear power plant worker. In just these few dozen square meters, a family lived their lives.
So?
In the 80s, this flat was considered very comfortable and indicated high social status. Most of the flats in Pripyat are empty. Chairs, sofas, and other furnishings remain in only a few of them.
Well, yeah, they probably fell apart.
When it became clear that Pripyat would remain a ghost town forever, several trips were organized, during which residents could retrieve their most valuable items from their flats. Later on, whatever was left was thrown through the windows and then buried in designated spots. This was to discourage people from ever returning home again.
I actually didn't know that people actually had an opportunity to come get this stuff. But that is interesting.
When it became clear that Pripyat would remain a ghost town forever, several trips were organized, during which later on, this was...
That is actually new. I did not know that, and that is a nice thing to know. There actually was done things to help people afterwards. Now, can I go out this way? And I'm gonna presume yes. Somehow. Nope. Oh, here we go. Spicy. See, this is the thing though, they said that there was a slow response time, and yet it took less than 1 day before they started evacuating. Oh, see, now they spelled it right, Kiev. I like how they say that, hey, the government didn't react and such. Listen, less than 24 hours after the thing happened, evacuations are underway and they moved that many people in that short amount of time with that much material. That is still impressive. Let's take the one over here. Ow. Oh. Oh dear.
The third angel blew his trumpet, and a great star fell from heaven, blazing like a torch, and it fell on a third of the rivers and on the springs of water. The name of the star is Wormwood. A third of the waters became wormwood, and many people died from the water, because it had been made bitter. This is a quote from the Bible, Revelation 8:10-12.
Okay.
The angel in the book of Revelations predicted that the arrival of a giant star called Wormwood would bring about doomsday. Interestingly, the plant known as wormwood, Latin name, Artemisia absinthium, is related to common mugwort, commonly known as black mugwort. In a free translation, Chernobyl means black wormwood. It's also the name of the town that housed the power plant. An ominous coincidence, isn't it?
Is that why they're so focused on this quote-unquote angel? Still kind of weird, but fair enough. Nosebleed, nausea, dizziness, headache, acute radiation exposure. What about diarrhea? You didn't include diarrhea. That's the most important one. Omni, the casing house attacks blood cells. Suffer from. What is amnia? Let me just check. Amnia. Anemia. The absence of blood or red blood cells. Got it. Okay. It's basically just when you are lacking red blood cells. Ma dipendia chigaha hepna. I forgot this is how you go back, for fuck's sake. You have the light gun. That's how you go home. Ma dipendia chigaha. That's a fucking snake. Okay. One of those has the Zeitzer, the European adder. Burials becoming dead. Why are we talking about snakes? Natrix. Why are we talking about snakes here? Snake! 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 Come in, snake! Snake! Oh yeah, the swimming pool. That's funny you're standing there, man. Hey, guy.
The Azure Swimming Pool is an iconic indoor pool located at 18 Sportivnia Street in Pripyat's 3rd microdistrict. The pool was built in the 1970s and remained open until 12 years after the Chernobyl disaster of 1986.
Oh.
During that time, the pool was primarily used by the liquidators. In spite of the disaster, the pool was one of the best maintained places in Pripyat. Since its closing in 1998, the pool and the nearby indoor basketball court have been left to deteriorate and are now abandoned. Before the accident at the power plant, Pripyat was a rapidly growing city. The Soviet government placed a strong emphasis on sports and physical fitness. As a result, many sports complexes, clubs, and swimming pools were constructed. One of the most notable was the Azure Indoor Sports Complex. It featured a pool with 5 swimming lanes and 2 diving platforms, as well as a gym and basketball court. It was opened in 1970 and regularly hosted swimming competitions. It was located in a relatively safe area and was used by employees of the Exclusion Zone Administration and liquidators. The pool was closed in 1998 due to the shutdown of the 3rd reactor, which meant hot water was no longer supplied to the city. Today, like every other structure in the exclusion zone, it is abandoned. The clock above the pool still displays the approximate time of the accident. Electricity and water were cut off to most buildings in the city, but were later restored in facilities where government officials were working, including Lazarny. On one of the walls, the word "rain" is written in graffiti.
Clock. So we're looking for a clock. Anyone seen a clock? Clock. A clock. A clock. Oh, 4 damage is a thing.
The Azure Swimming Pool is an icon. The pool with during that since its the clock above the pool still displays the approximate time. Electricity on one of
Clock. No clock. No clock. There's no clock. No clock. Nope, no clock. There's no clock here. No clock here. Nice. Alright then, no clock here. Three checkpoints were established on the road leading to Kiev. Oh, hello.
Indoctrination was a crucial element of education in the Soviet system.
So it is in any
From
other
a young
system.
age, children were taught about the forefathers of communism, the leading role of the party, and the foundations of socialist society. Teachers instilled the values of total submission of the individual and the collectivization of action. Such classes were ubiquitous in every republic of the Soviet Union, as well as Eastern Bloc countries like East Germany and Poland.
Yes. Because that's also how it is in the United States, except they still keep it up. So yeah, what's wrong with that?
Music lessons played an important role in youth education. Talented children were enrolled in school bands and choirs, which took part in national competitions. Meetings, concerts, and art presentations, and every other aspect of the school's cultural life took place here. In fact, various groups held their meetings and rehearsals here every day. The grand piano on the stage was used for accompaniment. This is a standard setup for every school in Pripyat. Mathematics was the foundation upon which the Soviet Union's technical development was built. As early as primary school, the brightest pupils, under the vigilant eye of their teachers, advanced their skills in science. The best of them attended secondary schools and later went on to renowned universities to become scientists or engineers. But none of this stopped the Soviet Union from building a malfunctioning nuclear reactor. The faulty design they used was intended for the production of weapons of mass destruction, not for civilian applications, by the way.
More like an option, but sure. More like a multi-purpose reactor in my opinion, because it can do several tasks. I like how they tell me I could walk that way, but I guess I have to find a staircase to walk that way. Hmm. 15 kindergartens. 5 schools. That is still 1,000 kids per kindergarten.
School number 3 is one of 5 secondary schools in Pripyat, located on Sportivnaya Street next to the indoor swimming pool.
The school had modern amenities such as music and sports facilities. Although abandoned, the building remains in relatively good condition. It sustained less water damage than other schools in the city. The wooden window frames are still in place, but the cast iron radiators are gone. With its central location and variety of spaces, this school is a fascinating place to visit and a reminder of the hundreds of children who once attended it. It's notable for its collection of gas masks, which have since been scattered on the floor by looters scavenging silver from the filters. The Soviet-made child-sized masks were meant to protect against nuclear, biological, and chemical NBC attacks and were kept on site during the Cold War. It was very modern by Soviet standards of the time. The building was supposedly designed by Kiev Scientific Research Institute of Electrotechnical Physics, like many other schools in the Soviet Union.
I like how it can make up its mind if it wants to spare Kiev or it wants to spare Kyiv. But hey.
According to the historical records, the classes were not immediately canceled when the news broke. The children received some iodine pills and were allowed to go home a little early. That was it.
Well, they had no idea how bad it was. Oh dear. That's a quite, that's not where you wanna be. Nice. There's one over here I missed, apparently. That is also the last one. Nope. Second last one. God damn it. And the last one is like in an apartment complex somewhere. Which is like the worst place for it to be. It's the worst place for it to be. The worst. Not the worst, the worst. Cheese. No, that's sausage. My mistake. Bratwurst. Lazarev. Male of all time, people. Right. All the way around because I can't go through. All the way around because you can't just walk through. All the way around. All the way around. What a glorious feeling to run around. Just running all about. Just running all about. Somewhere over here is the final piece of thing. I thought I already got this, but apparently not. Well, first of all, it's on the opposite rows of apartments. Oh dear. Typical low-cost map is known as a dead name. Elevators, disposal and lost kitchens. Alright, so that's what they're called, these kind of buildings here. Now, people can, of course, mark them as much as they want, that they are ugly and so forth, yes. But they're also quick and cheap to produce, which means you can guarantee that people can have a house. And as you can see, they actually advanced them. They're not the same, all of them. Because then they moved on to, like, in the 80s, the other version which had stuff like elevators and such, and garbage disposal. Neat. Conditions weren't much better here, for instance, in the 80s. I know that for a fact. Alright. We are done with this area, and now that I remember how to go back, use the freaking light gun. You use the freaking gun for it. Perfectly logical. You use a gun to go home. Ooh. Ooh. Alright. I honestly think we're only missing the center. But I'm gonna presume the center is really just more of the same. Concrete blocks, apartment buildings, but hey. If not, we'll see. We'll find out, I suppose. And then I can call it quits, because I've been at it for almost 4 hours, and I'm tired, and I'm exhausted, and I've been nothing but tired this entire week. And I'm somehow more tired now than I was when I got home from work. I don't want a job, it's so much work. Oh, fuck. That's where it is.
The Ferris wheel is an abandoned amusement park ride located in the heart of the ghost town of Pripyat. It is also an iconic symbol of the city.
Yes.
It's a popular tourist attraction. Along with other rides, it remains in its original location, overgrown with vegetation and slowly turning to rust.
Yeah.
The Ferris wheel was never used, as the disaster occurred just days before the city was set to officially open the amusement park.
That's sad.
The grand opening was scheduled to take place on May 1st, 1986.
Yeah, that makes sense. Of course it was.
It's 24 meters tall and would complete a full rotation in 5 minutes. It was intended as entertainment for children and to provide a view of the city. The amusement park grounds served as a landing pad for helicopters taking part in the liquidation. The machines were routinely cleaned and the radionuclides washed into the soil. While areas covered in concrete are relatively safe, radiation levels in places where moss is growing reach up to 25,000 microsievert per hour, some of the highest in all of Pripyat.
Microsieverts is not a lot, by the way. Because we're rocking around with this one. This is millisieverts. Microsieverts is like the next level down. By a margin of 1,000. And then you have nanosieverts afterwards. And when the Russians started digging in the soil, they changed the decimal from microsieverts to millisieverts, which is 1,000 times multiplier, but it's still incredibly low, all things considered. The problem is they stayed in the same locations, which is kind of, well, what kills people.
The amusement park was planned to be a recreational spot for residents of the city and surrounding areas.
Yeah.
It was intended as a fun place for children and families and featured a number of attractions, including a Ferris wheel, swings, and a carousel. However, due to radioactive contamination following the disaster, the park was never opened to the public and remained abandoned for years. Some of its attractions are still standing, though they are severely deteriorated and contaminated with radioactive materials.
Yeah.
Ironically, the grand opening was supposed to take place on May 1st, just days after the disaster. Some claim the park was partially open for a couple of hours before that day to distract the citizens of Pripyat from the accident at the power plant.
Yeah, that's the thing I've heard.
There were at least 2 illegal attempts by stalkers to revive the Ferris wheel. In response, Ukrainian authorities welded various metal components of the Ferris wheel together, so it could not be powered up again. It was a serious safety concern. Hopefully no one will try something so reckless again.
I mean, if they just cut the wires and brought them home, I guess. Now, let's go for this big old building, and there's like 3 things in this building. Which is going to be a fucking problem. There's always a problem with these goddamn buildings. And there's of course a fucking fence everywhere. This way. Get off the fence! Oh yeah, this is from the people that have come here in the meantime. There we go. Huh? Hmm. Ah! Owie.
The Palace of Culture Energetic was the cultural center of Pripyat. It was built in the 1970s and is one of the largest structures in the city.
Yeah,
It was
excuse
a
me
locus
while I'm
of
just
cultural,
bleeding out here.
educational, and sporting events. After the Chernobyl disaster, the building was abandoned along with the rest of the city, but its ruin remains there to this day.
Nice. Let me just stand here and bleed casually all over the
Energetic
place.
was a play on words referencing both the power plant worker and the positive energy of the Pripyat community.
In 1988, the Soviet Union had over 137,000 palaces of culture. They were large community centers established during the Soviet era.
Mm-hmm.
The Palace of Culture Energetic hosted discos every weekend. These events were named Edison II, after the electronic music equipment.
Well.
They were very popular among the residents of Pripyat.
Disco.
After the disaster, the Energetic was used as a technical building for the liquidators.
Well. Should I jump off a building and kill myself? Because I'm pretty sure there are no healing items here. Oh shit! You are here! So yeah, you guys exist. Oh, fuck. I was very confused for a very long time when I saw that you guys were here. Ugh. 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 And those are the things you randomly run into out here in the wild, by the way. Right. Well, yeet over yonder. We yeeted so hard that we went to another world. We're not done with that place though. We're not done with the tour. We need to go places. We need to go places. We need to go places. Prior to the disaster, 2,000 cars, 1,300 motorcycles. Cars appear to just be growing out of the city. That's funny. That's hilarious. Robots! Play the cruising road trying to clean up. Attempt, I might add. Yeah. Yeah. We know. We know they used robots, or rather they attempted to, but they kind of had a tendency to break the fuck down. Oh, hello.
Did you know that more than 600,000 people were involved in the liquidation effort in the
Yes,
aftermath
I
of the
know
Chernobyl
this.
disaster?
Yes.
An extensive cleanup operation was carried out to control the release of radioactive materials and contain the spread of radioactive contamination. The effort involved hundreds of thousands of workers, referred to as liquidators, who cleaned up the area around the damaged reactor. They also built a sarcophagus around the reactor to contain the remaining radioactive materials.
Indeed they did.
Removing debris and radioactive material, this involved cleaning up the area around the damaged reactor, and decontaminating buildings, roads, and other structures. The liquidators were also involved in the construction of a massive concrete sarcophagus designed to contain the remaining radioactive materials. They worked to decontaminate the evacuated areas around the power plant and to make them safe for resettlement. During a later stage, liquidators decommissioned the damaged reactor, including the removal of damaged fuel rods and the sealing of the reactor core. They continued to be involved in monitoring and maintaining the containment of radioactive materials at the site. This included the sarcophagus and the spent fuel storage facilities. The liquidators also assisted in the evacuation of over 100,000 people from the surrounding area and the relocation of affected populations.
Yes.
The over 600,000 liquidators faced significant health risks due to exposure to high levels of radiation. Many of them have since suffered from a range of health problems, including increased rates of cancer, cardiovascular disease, and other illnesses. In addition, many have also reported mental health problems, such as anxiety and depression.
Well, that's just normal.
The government of the Soviet Union provided some compensation and medical support to the liquidators. However, the exact extent of the health impacts and the number of deaths related to the disaster is still unclear. The Chernobyl disaster's impact on the health of the liquidators continues to be a source of concern and the subject of ongoing study.
I wonder if we can even walk in there. This is a temporary base the people in this area have built, by the way. Because the whole plot of the game is there is a organization here studying the Chernobylite crystals. And well, so do we technically, but we do it by all means. It's supposed to be open. Well, going all the way around. Going all the way around. What a glorious feeling to go all the way around. Go all the way around. Go all the way around. Mm-hmm. You mean that son of a bitch? That fucking son of a bitch that just decided that, hey, you can't crawl up a fucking cooling tower. No, you can't crawl up a fucking cooling tower. A fucking cooling tower is inaccessible. You can't use your fucking leg. No. We're just gonna leave you like 2 inches of a ladder short of being able to fucking go up a cooling tower. No, 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 no. Also, that's a Nova system. Nice. But also fucking cooling tower. No, we can't let you go up a cooling tower. Don't be stupid. Fucking assholes. They even put the fucking scaffolding there and everything, and they just decided, no. No cooling tower for you. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. No cooling tower exploration for you. I mean, it was. I hope they're happy about their existence, knowing that they prevented me from going up a frickin' thing that I wanted to go up. Alright, one of you assholes has a thing. Porting sporting engine prepare, blah blah blah, capacity of 5,000, semi-final matches. Yes, okay, it's a sporting arena. Wow, hooray. It's a fucking sporting arena. Oh my god, there's so much left. And one of them is in a freaking apartment complex. Oh wait, are they not gonna let me leave? Maybe I can sneak through right there. This fucking sausage roll of a building over here. This is a silly building. It's a very silly building. Forks! The forks! What does the forks say? The forks! The forks! The forks! The forks! His name's... Hey, you can meet him in various places around the zone. That's fucking adorable! But also, what does the forks say? The forks! The forks! The fox. What does the fox say? It says whatever the hell it wants, obviously. Stupid people, presuming it. Something to limit its freaking. What is this? Firefighters technically lost their lives. Yeah.
The Policia Hotel was built in the 1970s to accommodate party officials and guests visiting the nuclear power plant. After the Chernobyl disaster, Pripyat was evacuated and the hotel abandoned. Today, the Policia Hotel is one of many abandoned structures in the exclusion zone and a popular destination for tourists exploring this ghost town.
Well, Ghost City.
The hotel was used as headquarters for the liquidators and their operations. Spotters used the roof to coordinate helicopters dumping sand and boric acid and directed machines into the exposed reactor core. Rumor has it that Gorbachev stayed at the hotel once when he came to check on the progress of the liquidation.
So this is basically the building they're standing on top in the Chernobyl series whenever they're standing there with the binoculars telling he can't fly over. And then he flies over and everything goes to hell.
The hotel is located on Lenin Square and used to be part of a complex that included the hotel, the Palace of Culture Energetic, a department store, and a diner. There were also plans for a cafe on the top floor of the hotel, but it never opened.
Oh man.
The Policia is where Valery Legasov, a scientist renowned for his portrayal in
Legasov.
the HBO series, stayed during his first days on
Legasov.
site after the Chernobyl disaster.
Professor Legasov. See ya. Tell me how a nuclear power plant works or I will throw you out of this helicopter. Good. Now I need to know how a nuclear reactor works. Now I don't need you. Why is there graphite on the roof? Of course I know they're listening. I want them to hear. I want them to hear it all. Do you know what we are doing here? Tell those idiots what they have done. Tell them. Tell fucking Gorbachev. Whoosh. The official position of the state is that a global nuclear catastrophe is not possible in the Soviet Union. They told the Germans the highest number of radiation was 2000 Roentgen. They gave them the propaganda number. That robot was never gonna work. We need a new phone. Yes, I remember that line from start to finish for some reason, and I fucking love it. Of course I know they're listening. I want them to hear. I want them to hear it all. That fucking line right there. Tell fucking Gorbachev. Tell him. Dish, dish, dish. Oh, another fucking brick shit. No, it's a bus stop. Bear! Memorials. I don't know what exactly the term memorial means. Tell fucking Gorbachev! Tell him! Oh. This is the same thing you see in the vending machines. Nice. Tell fucking Gorbachev! Tell him! I need a new phone! I need a new phone! This one's broken too! Yes! Alright. We have officially seen everything there is to see. Well, the tourist thing that is to see. The question is, do I really want to go through the prologue of the game? And I honestly don't know. Whatever. Sure. Let's just take the intro thing, just because then I remember how the game starts.
Чернобыльская АЭС. Надежда на будущее.
Корпорация НАР начинает испытания новейшей разработки. Технологии рекультивации.
Кажется, 90 Плутон 240.
Некоторые никогда так и не бросили свои дома, а кто-то даже вернулся обратно.
Детина вывезена из зоны отчуждения.
Демонстрации в разных городах. 10 миллиардов гривен в оплату бессрочного договора аренды.
Шайка преступников. Они ставят себя выше закона.
Что скрывается за засекреченными патентами?
Ясно одно. Саркофаг трогать нельзя.
Well, we say real stuff, but at the same time it's the intro, it's the prologue to it. I don't think we actually do any real fighting, aside from fucking around in the background. And meeting our good pal that I've forgotten who is. I think his name is Ivan. Who has a broken arm throughout the entire thing.
Игорь, просыпайся, Соня.
Игорь.
Смотри, вон там.
Игорь.
А помнишь эту поляну за деревьями? Там ты сделал мне предложение. Ты так нервничал, ты был таким милым. Но ты сейчас такой, мой дорогой профессор Хименюк.
Хименюк. I wonder if that's a real character, by the way.
Боже, как приятно вернуться после стольких лет. Правда?
It's all a dream. It's not real. Oh, she left.
Игорь, ну что за дела? Ну ты так и не проснулся. Подъем. Очни.
Nope.
Таня.
Nope. Nope. I ain't doing none about that. Nope, nope.
Таня, прекращайте шутки.
Nope, nope, nope. Nope. I ain't doing that.
Ну ты и Соня.
Pioneers. Oh, nice. Right. Anyways. Wait. Huh. Wait. Seaboat. Well, time to go to war, I guess. Balda. Oh yeah, doesn't that mean voice or something? I don't remember. Cloud over Chernobyl. A lot of text that is not really easy to read. But it's definitely the exclusion zone covered right there. Yes. Why is there... I thought there was a chair hanging on the wall. Well... Iga. I have no equipment with me.
Подожди!
Подожди. There you are, Tanya. Hello. Well, shit.
Сделал мне предложение. так нервничал. Такой милый.
You know, I could just go back to the
Мой
fucking
дорогой
train.
профессор Хименюк.
I could just go back to the train, just saying. There we go. We have a freaking iron storm going on in the background.
Татьяна Амалиева, немедленно прекрати это ребячество. Где ты?
Can I walk off the path? I'm gonna presume I can't, but she's over there.
После стольких лет.
Well, shit. Good morning.
Ну хватит уже.
Good fucking morning. I like how my first intention was to just slap it. Good morning. Like I said, this game is a semi-horror game. That got me too, but also my first intention was just to slap it. I don't know why. No! Baccala! Good morning, sunshine. Alright. Ah, shit. So yeah, this is what happens if you stay in one area in the game too long. It becomes fucking Iron Storm. There we go. Now I can actually hear my own thoughts instead of just thunder. Lightning bad. Lightning really bad. Lightning really bad. Iga. Iga, 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 Iga. Иги, 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 Иги.
Это еще что?
Игорь.
Игорь, 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 Игорь.
Игорь.
Ah, shit. Well, apparently I must have hurt her feelings or something because he is controlling the fucking weather. Ah! Ow. I'm gonna say ow prematurely, even though I know nothing's happening yet, I think. I do miss having a firearm. Or a few. I don't have a map here. I'm gonna presume this is the way I have to go. I can only presume. I don't have a map or anything, and I don't have a marker. Good oh! Nice! Why? I used the fucking force to get myself a Kalashnikov. Oh! Yes, of course. Welcome to the memory world. Can't go that way, okay. I mean, it sounds like it's over there, but... Hmm? No, that was a piece of tree. Wait, do I have infinite ammo to this thing? Alright. Friendly reminder that I don't know how fighting works in this game. Okay. Oh, I'm supposed to go this way now. Great. He slapped me so hard he sent me to a different world. Right. So obviously they want me to go that way, but how? This tiny little hill is preventing me. Hello! There you are. Nice dress. Goodbye. Oh, shit. Right. Is that the tree that we're talking about? No, it's not.
Что это такое?
Мы неизбежность.
Well now.
Почему это место кажется мне таким знакомым? Это же моя старая мастерская.
I don't know where we are. I just know that I can't sprint here. What are you? What are you? What are you? What are you? What is this? What are this? What are this? What are this? I know they want me to build stuff, but I'm also curious. Because if I could just freaking leave... Ooh. Mechanical
Пожалуйста,
part.
поспеши. Неужели ты не видишь, что эта реальность разваливается на части?
Okay, sure. I need to find stuff. Well, okay. Electrical component. I need more of that. Right. Insufficient material. Probably on a shelf somewhere. Oh, there's some. Ooh. Future deterrence technology. Got it. Anything on this shelf? Yes!
Надо возвращаться к работе. Это единственный способ выбраться отсюда.
Yes, definitely. Ghost wife, you decide how I react to the world around me. Yes, definitely. Yes. Yes. Quite. Yes. Yes. Is that a fucking devolved drill? What? I'm sorry. What?
Так приятно вернуться.
Вся зона оцеплена. Народ церемониться не будет.
Будем надеяться, что нашим источникам можно доверять. И мы не нарвемся
Оливия.
на патруль по пути.
А если нарвемся?
Тогда будем разбираться по ходу дела. За это нам спящая красавица и платит. Забыл?
Ну да, твоя правда. А ты правда веришь, что они тут тестируют свою рекультивацию чего-то там?
По-моему, там нет никаких испытаний, но что-то явно происходит. Точно тебе говорю. Слишком много наемников для такой небольшой территории. Ну, с наемниками мы разберемся. Там поди сброд, который Вагнер не взяли.
Да пошел ты! Я с этими парнями плечом к плечу воевал.
Знаю, Антон. Я так подкалываю. Давай сосредоточимся на том, как достать для нашего профессора немного этого... Чернобылита? Так он называется, Игорь. Игорь!
AZ5. We're definitely going through the prologue, or at least the first prologue here.
А? Что? Я, кажется, задремал. Ладно, погнали.
Что ты такое?
Что, профессор, передумал уже? Если собрался дать заднюю, лучше скажи сейчас.
Ну уж нет. Пора наконец разобраться с этим делом.
Этот ваш план точно сработает, профессор Хименюк.
Why am I faster than you guys? I am
Он
65.
сработает. Вы делаете свою работу, а я свою. Договорились?
Старайтесь не высовываться. Только перестрелки нам не хватало.
Перестрелки? Ты во что нас втянул, Игорь?
У нас нет выбора. Это нужно сделать.
Не люблю я загадки, профессор. Но ты тут босс.
Похоже на ту ночную операцию в Сирии. Помнишь, Оливер?
Помню.
Миша! Миша, ничего не выходит! Нужно отступать быстрее! Давление падает! Спускаемся! Скорее! Бегом, бегом!
Good morning.
Потом ворон будет считать. Игорь, пора! Через заборы в канализацию.
Ох, канализация. Прямиком в подземное царство.
Это просто дырка в земле, Антон.
Ох, как же я чешусь. А вы? Кстати, как тут дела с радиацией? Вроде достаточно времени прошло уже, да?
Слушай, не забивай себе голову. Нам нужно сделать дело и уйти отсюда живыми. Сосредоточимся на этом. Игорь, если начнется мясорубка, не высовывайся. Мы совсем разберемся, ладно? Не геройствуй.
Без паники, Оливер. Где ты видишь героев? Здесь только отчаявшиеся люди, идущие в самое сердце тьмы.
Эй, Игорь!
Хватит разговоров. Вперед!
После вас, Игорь. Дамы и умники, вперед!
А ты шутник, да?
Вот дерьмо. Игорь, ложись. Беги ко входу в канализацию, а мы за тобой.
Alright, here comes the sneaking part. I remember getting caught here.
Держись в тени.
I remember getting caught here. Do I have a map? I do, and there's no hole in that fence. Got it. See, that's the problem. Now they want me to get out in the shadow, it seems. There's no way else to do this. Do we see anyone around, though? And just to make it worse, there's a tiny fence right there.
Стань невидимкой.
I mean, I don't see anyone anywhere. So if I just stick to the fence, right. This is like 80% of the game, basically.
Так ты был в лаборатории? Ага. Недолго. Не видел что-нибудь любопытное? Нет. Для любопытного мне уровня доступа не хватает. Дай-ка мне бутылку, Серега.
Maybe I got caught here. Kind of hard to say, really. Well, there was someone patrolling right there. Do they really want me to walk all the way around? Or do they want me to get captured here? I'm actually suspecting that they want me to get captured, because that's the only logical thing I can do from here. Because they really want me to go all the way out here in the exposed area, unless they want me to like cross over here and walk along that path. And I don't know about that. Let's just see, can I save here? Nope, can't go this way either. Oh, there's multiple of them. Motherfucker. See, I really suspect I'm supposed to be caught here, because that's the only logical thing here, with so many guys around. Ooh. Almost lost my cool there. Sneaky, pricky, sneaky, pricky, sneaky, pricky, sneaky, pricky, sneaky, pricky, sneaky, pricky, sneaky, sneaky, pricky. God damn, I'm good. God damn, I'm good. Or stupid. Or stupidly good. Sneaky, pricky, sneaky, pricky, sneaky.
Эй, Игорь! Сюда!
Didn't even get fucking caught. Didn't even get fucking caught. Didn't even get fucking caught. Dude, you have a guy right over there, so what do you do now? Unless that's ours.
Это точно нужный
It
ход?
was.
Я здесь работал. Ты что, забыл? Конечно, я уверен.
All right. Hole. Manhole. Huge manhole. Manhole. Oh.
Игорь, проверь уровень радиации, ладно? Игорь, проверь уровень радиации, ладно?
Iga. Iga. Iga, 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 Iga. Iga, 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 Iga.
Игорь, проверь уровень радиации, ладно?
Iga, 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 Iga.
3, 6, да. Не отлично, но и не ужасно. Выше нос. Мы в безопасности на ближайшие час-два.
Вы все не в безопасности.
Funny. 3.6. Not great, not terrible. Oh, you did it the most heavy and awkward way you could possibly do, man. Iga. Ига, 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 Ига.
Надеюсь, память тебя не подводит. Ладно, я пойду вперед.
You have no aim
Точно,
point to your
капитан
weapon.
Оливер.
You guys have no aim points to your weapons. Just saying. Ah, my fucking legs. Remember, this guy is 65 years old. His legs don't exist anymore.
Ты уверен, что эта твоя штука работает, Игорь?
У нас сейчас нет времени на лекцию, но она работает. Просто нужно больше чернобылита.
Чернобылит? Точно. Самое радиоактивное вещество на свете. Так ты его называешь?
Он знает, что делает, Антон. Соберись и сосредоточься на задании. Вот увидишь, мы скоро выберемся отсюда и еще поржем над этой историей за кружкой пива.
Good morning.
Показатели плохие. Слишком высокий уровень. Нужно выбираться отсюда. Мы не можем его оставить, боже мой! Выпустите меня отсюда! Выпустите! Александр Борисович, кто-то должен открыть вентили вручную. Кому-то придется пойти внутрь.
Good morning.
Стоим. Вижу противника. Двое впереди.
Тише. Антон, тот слева твой, а я возьму.
Я займусь вторым, Оливер.
Ого. Поглядите-ка. Ладно, я на твою славу не претендую. Но если нас грохнут, я буду очень зол.
Пять атмосфер! И растет! Думаешь, рванет? Может, ты не в курсе, но я вообще-то солдат, а не физик-ядерщик. Но утечек не видно. Давай уберемся отсюда и сообщим, куда следует. Рано еще! Возьми себя в руки и продолжай искать чертову утечку!
Great, and we didn't kill him. Use a knife or something like some of the people will. Oh, look at how beautiful it is. I'm glad they let me go in first.
Да, давненько я тут не был.
Что? Что там такое, Игорь? Ладно, Игорь. Твой выход. Все по плану. Готов?
Пытаюсь получить доступ к терминалу, если кнопка АЗ-5 еще работает.
Игорь, не надо!
Татьяна?
Татьяна?
Игорь, ты там уснул, что ли? Время не ждет.
Which one should we pick?
Да не заснул я. Система не отвечает. Если я ошибусь, в реакторе может случиться еще одно расплавление.
Ты ничего об этом не говорил. И что теперь делать?
Нам нужно найти другой способ попасть в реакторный зал.
Нам это мне и Антону, так? Ладно, идем. За это нам и платят. К реактору. Бегом.
Basically, I picked that choice because that's what I picked last time I played. Oh yeah, the drawings. The drawings. Huh? Do you know why I picked that answer? Because this will happen. This will happen. Nothing. Okay.
У нас же был план, Игорь. Почему ты просто не нажал на эту чертову кнопку?
Времени мало. Беги.
Так что с радиацией?
Антон, пожалуйста. Ты меня нервируешь.
I mean, it's still in the millisieverts.
Чего так долго? Да сколько можно там копаться?
There we go. And we're taking it with our bare hands.
Даже холоднее, чем я помню.
Ты уже видел его раньше, да?
Фрагмент был немного меньше, но для начала исследований мне этого хватило.
Может, расскажешь, как работает эта твоя чудо-пушка?
Создает проход сквозь пространство и время. Червоточину. Прокладывает туннель с 2 выходами и использует редкий вид энергии, чтобы держать его открытым.
Редкий вид? В смысле чернобылит?
Он самый.
И куда идет этот туннель?
Туда, куда надо. Давай на этом пока и остановимся, ладно?
Что?
Моя невеста. Она исчезла здесь во время катастрофы 30 лет назад.
А мы можем о ней потом поговорить.
Oh yeah!
На помощь!
That guy! That guy! That guy!
Ты? Что ты здесь делаешь?
That guy! And that was the prologue. No, apparently there's more. Welcome to Tetris. Fuck, I killed the game. There we go. Back to normal.
Оливер! Куда ты делся, Оливер?
Oliver. Oh, 3D printer. Welcome to Zero Gravity Space Tetris thing. Oh, hello, Oliver. How are you doing over there, buddy?
Это что вообще было?
Послушай, я... Боже, мне так жаль. Антон был хорошим парнем.
Кто этот выродок?
Откуда мне знать? Он как-то использовал отрицательную энергию Чернобылита для телепорта. Чтобы это подтвердить...
Так, стоп. Сейчас не до этого. Он может сюда попасть? И где мы вообще?
Мы внутри червоточины, соединяющей 2 сингулярности. Она короткая и нестабильная. Так что надо поторопиться, понимаешь? И нет, он не сможет попасть сюда. То есть, в теории может, но вероятность низкая.
И избавь меня от подробностей. Просто вытащи нас отсюда.
Да, хорошо. Сюда. Ты выйдешь возле базы Михаила, надеюсь.
Значит, там и встретимся. Ох, моя рука. Прямо изнутри крутит. Я этого козла урою. Антон, обещаю тебе.
Yay! So we have invented fucking space-time travel. Space-time travel, that's what I'm going to call it. Oh! I didn't actually mean to go through. But okay, I guess we're going through. And that's the end of the
Это
prologue.
место раньше было совсем другим. Оно как змея, которая раз за разом сбрасывает кожу. Тебе придется снова изучить его. Прочувствовать, подчинить.
And that was the introduction to Chernobylite. From here on, it's just on and on and on again, where you go to all the locations that we have already seen, you interact with people, with ghosts, and with your teammates, and you accumulate and you interact with... It basically becomes Fallout from here. Except there's an iron storm and a guy in a mask stalking you as well. Yeah. This is basically just the way to the safe room that we were in. So without further ado, I have now been streaming this game for almost 5 hours. So I'm gonna call it quits here. This has been Necro and Corsia playing Chernobylite
Сингулярность.
for the 40...
Разрыв ткани реальности.
Shut the...
И основа этой реальности и правда очень хрупкая. Время на исходе, иди.
Yeah. So anyways, this has been Necro and Cortex here playing Chernobylite for almost 4 hours to memorialize the 40-year anniversary of the Chernobyl nuclear disaster, exactly on the date that it happened, with a couple of hours back and forth depending on the time zones. Until next time in something else that is hopefully not as melancholic as this game, bye bye, and I'll see you guys around out there.